Yeah. Hold on.
Okay, what do they mean by that? Okay.
It's just gonna record on your device. The episode.
Okay.
And I suppose that she knows that I'm almost famous. Neck bang bang, and we dangerous remaining. Time steady changing. I don't know these niggas, and I don't wanna know them. This girl just want that big moment, so she can blow it. That's bogus, but I don't tell her what's what. Don't wanna be stuck, cause she's so starstruck. Wanna be around us, but I just rather play the field. Rather keep it real, rather take you out, rather tell you how I feel, and show you that this game is for real. Cause I know that you're in love, you're looking for a star. Walked all this way to find a man with a car. Hanging at the bar, champagne, caviar. No, you never seen a nigga like this. Like this. You never seen a nigga like this. Like this. Girl, you never seen a nigga like this. Like this. You never seen a nigga like this. Like this. Girl, you never seen a nigga like this. So quit it, you spend seconds, hours, minutes working on your fitness for a nigga to witness. Go quit it, I ain't tripping. You ain't the baddest bitch I'll ever meet. The homie said he already be in the backseat of a Honda Jeep. So the loyal shit you can really keep him so cold on him, so cold on him. You homies in the feds, cause bitch niggas been told on them. Seen them boys in the streets and did a lot more, just stole on them. Niggas know the pen when they feel the heat of that stove on them. Send the hell the Lord don't want them. Funny girls from church Sunday morning. Saturday was out pouring. Show me a worthy opponent. Show me a match. No nigga, I'll face mine. Now my mind, no hang time. That's MJ on the baseline. Girl, I know that you're in love. You're looking for a star. Walked all this way to find a man with a car. Hanging at the bar, champagne, caviar. No, you never seen a nigga like this.
Wanna see my cars on flatbeds. Hey, this is recession, selling that crack, yeah. Niggas selling super sour bionic glue, and got Superman powers when I'm stressed new. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my Android. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my Android. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my Android. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my Android. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my Android. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my Android. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my Android. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. Yeah. John Dillinger shit. Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my Android. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. New Corvette looking like a transformer. No seatbelt screaming on my Android. Damn, I'm knee deep in the projects, and Hollywood ain't accepting no nigga from the project. Yeah. John Dillinger shit. Niggas in the hood wanna see my cars on flatbeds. Hey, this is recession, selling that crack, yeah. Niggas selling super sour and bionic glue, and got Superman powers when I'm stressed new. New Corvette looking like a transformer.
Grand evening. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. This is season 3, episode 9 of the Front Line Blacc News, and I'm your host, Chain Crummer. How about those nuggets? And we are joined with our with Lady Che. Lady Che will be joining us here shortly, our other host. And then we're joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankoria, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I am the co-executive producer of and co-host of. Greetings, Shabaka. How is the Sin City treating you? Oh, hold on.
Oh man, Sin City.
Before you do that,
City.
before you give the intro, I got to go through the intro. So, the topics we'll be discussing tonight are going to be Tangibles 2023, Tangibles 2024. We're not letting up on them tangibles, Black family. This is the year and the decade of tangibles, and we're going to continue to demand something tangible for our vote. As you can see in the new intro that Lady Che just put together, we are very serious about the tangibles. That's who I voted for mayor, was tangibles. The 2 suspected white supremacists did not get my vote for mayor. We got the update on the runoff election, which is taking place this Tuesday, June 6th. Your president, because y'all voted for him, I didn't vote for him, but y'all president, Jim Crow Biden, has an epic fall or major fall on stage during the United States Air Force Academy graduation in Colorado Springs. I think it was a major fall for white supremacy, if you ask me.
Right.
New Jersey Blacc City Councilwoman who was killed earlier this year. Her killer was identified and arrested as a member. Was arrested and identified as a member of her church. I think he's the former New Jersey. Is Governor Christy still the governor of New Jersey, Shabaka?
No, sir.
He's the
no,
former.
sir, he's not.
So he's the former. Okay.
Yeah, and I got a few choice words about him.
Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christy announces he's running for president in the U.S. in 2024, and also former Vice President Mike Pence announces that he's going to run for president of the United States of America with a triple K in 2024. We got an update on the Aderrien Murray case. That was the young brother that we talked about last episode that was shot by the police and nearly killed. He did an exclusive interview. Okay. K Reno is hitting me up. Shout out to K Reno, the dopest lyricist that has ever walked the planet. And is still alive. 350 units plan to be built by the Park Hill Golf Course. Blacc Boy, age 14, killed by Asian gas station owner in South Carolina. Jamie Foxx it's not been confirmed, but Jamie Foxx is allegedly blind and allegedly paralyzed due to COVID-19 vaccine. We warned y'all about that jab. And I didn't hear us. Y'all went ahead and got it, and now everybody that got that jab is dropping like flies. And then last but certainly not least, we got our Unhoused Neighbor News and our Unhoused Neighbor Sweep. So thank y'all for tuning in. We have a jam-filled episode tonight. Give us your intro, Shabaka.
Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Shabaka Sankoria of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Okay, we are asking everybody that supports Frontline Blacc News and also to that supports Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced to please Google our past episodes, is because we are being shadow banned by Blog Talk Radio. And please go to our archives, pull up some of our past episodes. One of our episodes that is still getting a lot of hits is Hollywood's feminization of the Black male. We made that there about 6 years ago. Also, too, definitely check out Grand Rising with Shabaka every Friday morning. And we are definitely steadfast on these reparations payments. We're definitely steadfast on tangibles all the way from 2023 to 2100. Also, too, we built this damn country, if not the whole Western Hemisphere. Oh, yeah, you crackers, though, because your economy was boosted from the transatlantic slave trade. You parlayed that money generation after generation after generation after generation after generation since slavery. Oh, yeah, you got the money. Okay, start breaking some bread. Also, too, definitely check out the group and the hashtag Resurrection of the Mental Dead, because there's a new movie called Coons, and that's starring the majority of these brain dead niggas.
All right. Thank you, Shabaka. Lady Che, you have anything you want to say to people before we get to tangibles?
Just hi, hello, and good to see everybody.
Okay. Yes. Like I said, this is the year and a decade of tangibles. We are demanding something tangible for our vote. Any politician that's seeking your vote demands something tangible for your vote. I ran for mayor of Denver and this year, and we didn't get the results that we wanted. But, however, we had a Black first agenda. We had an agenda that was prioritizing Black people first, and it's a shame it didn't gain as much traction as we had liked. But it was a template for future campaigns, B1 agenda campaigns. So we're gonna ride with that, and including us, demand something tangible for your vote. Lady Che is officially announced, or it will be officially announced in here shortly. She's running for mayor of, city council at large of Aurora. So if y'all live in Aurora, y'all can vote for her in November. And including her, demand something tangible for your vote. Stop just voting just to be voting. Stop voting because the white-owned media told you to go out and vote. Vote because you have an agenda and a cause, and that agenda is the Black agenda, and that cause is reparations, $100 trillion.
Exactly.
For past, present, and future atrocities the United States government, this corporation, continues to put our people through in 2023. All the way up to 2100. Black family demand something tangible. I don't really care if the two-party system collapses. We welcome the collapse of the two-party system, because the Democrats,
absolutely,
or the Democrats, or the Democrats, and the Republicans don't mean us no good, Black family. So, gonna vote. That's something tangible. Period. So, back in 2020, better by the name of Tariq Nasheed. Shout out to Tariq Nasheed. I wish we could have made the FBA Expo this year, but we were not able to. But I heard it was a good event, and it was a great turnout, and a lot of Black business was showcased. So, in 2020, the brother came up with the hashtag Tangibles 2020, and in it, he was demanding that we demand something tangible for our vote. So the only thing that's changed, Black family, is the year. That's it. Everything else remains the same. So tangibles 2020. So since it's 2023, it's tangibles 2023, and next year it'll be tangibles 2024. Like I said, all the way up to 2100. So the next presidential elections are in 2024. So we're gonna change 2020 to 2024. The 2024 presidential elections are coming up, and foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague in non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us. We do not want trickle-down, secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And since it's 2023, it's Tangibles2023. And next year it'll be Tangibles2024, and so on and so forth, all the way up to 2100. And we've been pushing this hashtag for the past 3 years. That's Shabaka on the tangibles.
Yes, sir. Most definitely Tangibles 2024, Tangibles 2028, Tangibles 2032, Tangibles 2036, Tangibles 2040, 44, 48, 52, 56, 60, 64, 68, 72, 76, 80, 84, 88, 92, 96, 2100. Straight out. Tangible. And then on top of it, well, too, on the tangibles, the way that how it could be paid is start go jacking up them quaffers up out of Silicon Games Valley and they bullshit with their artificial intelligence and all of that, which is extremely dangerous. But
yeah, we talked about that on Grand Rising. We talked about that on Grand Rising.
Yes, sir.
Lady Che, what are your thoughts on tangibles?
Should just not want to accept it. You shouldn't just want to go for symbolism and pretty duck dancing and pretty talk just because they whisper in your ear and they make you feel warm and cozy inside. It's a game. It's just for elections. They're not talking the right shit. They're not working on the right stuff. So vote for tangibles. That's with any politician that's seeking your vote. Tangible, especially with our community. If future politician asks you what you need or what tangibles can be provided for you, give them an answer. Please give them an answer, because when they provide those tangibles and write it out and make policies and stuff for your benefit, you only have yourself to blame for not voting for actual tangibles. And when you accept the pretty duck dancing and say that those words or those people represent you, and they don't, and they're clearly not on a B1 agenda, and they clearly don't have reparations in mind for you, then you really double check yourself and wonder what you're really doing. It's that you don't have to vote if it doesn't behoove you and there's no tangibles in it. Stop voting just because, especially right now with the Democrats. If you're in the loop, then you know exactly why. If not, you're just doing yourself and everybody in the community a fucking disservice by telling them to go out and vote when there's nothing tangible for the community.
You're just showing that you're a Democratic shield,
right?
And you want to keep us on the Democratic.
Exactly.
Yeah, and you're
and
not
then
ready.
the very, very sad. And then, if I may say, and the very, very sad part about it is they go through great lengths, to miseducate our youth, Black youth. And then particularly, of course, with this alphabetized agenda bullshit that they're trying to put on us as well too. And then too, we've got to definitely get
Hold on,
the black
Shabaka.
male.
I don't know if Lady Cherry was done.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Shabaka. I'm done.
Oh, okay. All righty. But also too, it's very essential that the black family unit gets reconstructed, is because that is the basis, of our nation, And then on top of it as well too, I just saw a video by Dr. Umar Johnson of where he was emphasizing that we claim, the African blood. You see, regardless of what colonizer had, just like we did on the show, sue your colonizer. You see what I'm saying?
Shabaka, though,
Portuguese.
they don't want to claim the African blood. They only do that when it's convenient. Just look at AOC and the bullshit she said. She said she got African
what did
blood.
AOC
She's
say?
not black. Remember?
Oh yeah, but she's got African blood, but she's not black, right?
Yeah.
Okay, like I said, that raggedy cesspool out there in Los Angeles called Hollywood. Look at a motion picture called Band of Angels that was made in the year 1957, and it will settle all of that. All of that.
Yeah. They only want to be
Yeah,
black.
yeah. When you get a chance, I believe you can pull it up on YouTube. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've seen
pull it
this.
up, and also too, definitely too. Not getting off track here, Brother Pierce. I just want to say these two couple lines. Been going through YouTube, and I've been checking out music from Azania. Okay, and there's this sister by the name of, let me make sure I'm saying her name correctly, Tingo Bini Kumalo, and she's got a song or instrumental called Untold Truth. Very nice, and that's the beauty of reconnecting with the ancestral plane, is because we are spiritual people by nature. You see, that's why we were blessed by the ancestors, to come from the continent. And then also too, it's 100 degrees out here right now. So once again, Shabaka Sankori is telling you, individuals who think that we're all the same, come out here to Las Vegas. The summer solstice is approaching, okay, which is the longest day of the year of the summer months, the first day of summer. And you be sure, pink people, to leave your sunscreen at home. But what we need is some directions of how to treat your sunburn. And when you start blistering up and all of that like a vampire who sees the sun, we won't be inhumane and leave you out there, but you would do it to us. You see what I'm saying? But we're not that diabolical. And then I'm very sorry to hear about Mr. Jamie Foxx. I remember when he first got his start on In Living Color. And he did a very, very good job playing Bondini Brown and Ali, starring Will Smith. He did a very good job with that. And he should have gotten an Oscar for it.
Right. Okay. Is there anything left on the tangibles?
Yes, sir. Okay, we need capital goods. Okay, we need our own banking system, number one. We need agricultural property as well, too, to grow our own food. Also, too, we need to get some of our scholars, okay, and particularly our young ones, who are into the sciences and technology. And the reason why I'm emphasizing that, to counterman this artificial intelligence and to counterman, this gate garbage with these GMOs and what have you. And I do believe, by the power of the ancestors, I won't be here to see it, but I do believe we can reverse it, and I do believe we can safeguard it as well, too. But definitely shut down that artificial intelligence, because you're going to have that bullshit building itself. You see what I'm saying? I mean, it's a Pandora's box. in the making. It
Yeah, we're
really is.
Going in the Terminator time.
Yes, sir. And I do believe that the setting of the Terminator that they made in the 1980s was the 2020s.
We're going into that. We're going into Short Circuit. We're going into any of those robots Lost in Space. Any of that stuff that they told us was sci-fi is now reality.
Oh, yes, sir. And then when you check out the Star Trek series as well, too, and it was made in the 1960s, and the guy who created it, his name was Gene Roddenberry, and also, too, I hate to say, may she rest in power, Michelle Nichols was his bed wench, and I hate to put it on it out there like that, but she was. Yeah, I hate to put it out there like that on her. And may the sister rest in peace, you know, and I do recall that her and Dr. Mae Jameson, you know, was the first Black woman astronaut. You know, she was from Chicago. That they had went on a tour, you know, science fair tours together and what have you. So for our young people out there that love mathematics and what have you, that they should call it, you know, the countermand is artificial intelligence, is because we are target number one. And I do not care what these lying-ass Kamala Harris says. I don't care about what Biden says. I don't care what Barack Obama says. We are target number one. I mean, look at what happened to Mr. Neely there, you know, in
New York City subway, yeah.
Yes. You see, look what happened with Jamie Foxx that you just mentioned, with his vaccine shit. And I've had loved ones who have taken a vaccine, and I'm extremely concerned about them, particularly with this information coming out about Mr. Foxx, you know.
Well, we warn people about that goddamn jab.
Yes, sir. And then Gates, you know, is buying up all the damn farmland, and and I believe, you know,
we touched on that, so that's kind of old news now. But yeah, he's buying up all the farmland.
Yeah.
Monsanto owns majority of the seeds, so I mean, they're making it where you can't even grow organic food anymore.
Exactly. You see, exactly. And then the boar, Elon Musk, that's what I'm gonna start calling him, the boar, and the colonizer. Yes, because to find out that bastard, you know, was up out of Zambia. I refuse to call it the Union of South Africa. It is a Zambia. That is the true and the correct name of it. And as Professor P.L.O. Moody stated, is that whole continent has got to be unified in a fit. And later for the neo-colonialists, okay? And more power to President Museveni of Uganda, who stated, hey, you know, come take your aid, you know what I'm saying? And we're not going for that garbage, you know, you're not going to come up here and with this rainbow bullshit, you know what I'm saying? We don't get down like that in Uganda. And then keep in mind is that in the African cultures, okay, great emphasis is placed upon procreation, and that there only happens between a man and a woman, not a man going up into the crack of another man's funky ass.
Exactly, Shabaka. So I'm gonna move us on because we're gonna be here all night on the same topic. The next topic is an update on the Denver runoff election, which is set to take place in 3 days.
Yeah,
3 tomorrow. Yeah, this coming Tuesday. And
right, in about 72 hours.
Yeah, Almost, yeah. Between Mike Johnson and Kelly Brough. So it looks like the early turnout is slightly higher than they expected. We have what's called ballot trace, and basically when
Okay.
when they receive your ballot, you get a text message or an alert that they received your ballot, meaning your vote was counted.
Ah,
They also send out alerts when your ballot is mailed. So it's supposed to be
okay.
the top, if not the top, voting system in the country, and it's also where
Hmm.
Dominion is located as well.
Oh man.
So
Wow.
we have this election coming up. These mugs are starting to go at each other on these damn TV commercials and
Hmm.
these damn mailers. Like here's one right here. I'm gonna stop sharing so
Hmm.
you see it. This Mike Johnson is on the bullshit. Okay, so it says you can learn a lot about the candidates by the people who support them. Mike Johnson is endorsed by Democrats, labor unions, and community leaders. Oh my God.
Hmm.
Leslie Harriet, remember her? Julie
Yeah.
Gonzalez, Lisa Calderon. That's the one I said was our cop, Mala Harris. Mike Johnson, the
Hmm.
plans to move Denver forward and experience get them done. Public wealthy Trumpsters in January 6th insurrectionists by the Denver Republican Party, the right
Brother Trey, you have no sound. Your sound is gone. Yeah, I think you accidentally muted your mic.
the internet.
Okay,
What is going on with the internet?
Jesse, but it's muted.
Oh my God. It does that Shabaka when the signal is low. I don't know why the signal is low, but
Okay.
I was reading this damn flyer. This they call them glossies that was sent to me.
Uh-huh. Okay. And then,
Jersey,
it seems to me,
What part did you last remember hearing?
okay, when you was talking about the upcoming mayoral election, the runoff election, and then you were saying is that Lisa Calderon uh, pretty much, ain't for the community. And actually, as far as I'm concerned, in the city of Denver, although I'm not a registered voter there, none of them are for the city of Denver. You were the only one who was for the city of Denver.
Yep.
Yeah, you see, with the grassroots campaign, you went out there in that snow, you and Lady Che, you put the grind in, definitely wish Lady Che very well in her campaign of becoming on the Aurora City Council. and then, two, is that I want to say out here in Nevada, it's getting very warm, okay, and they
Hold
kind
on,
of like gearing it up.
Shabaka. I had actually where I had
Yeah.
left off because I wanted to finish what I was reading
Oh,
because people didn't hear me.
go ahead.
So, says Mike Johnson, the plans to move Denver forward and the experience to get them done. Kelly Brough is backed by Republicans, developers, wealthy Trumpsters, and January 6th insurrectionists. Bruff has been officially endorsed by the the Denver Republican Party and the right-wing Denver Gazette, which has an editor who rallied with insurrectionists on January 6th. Just say no to Kelly Bruff. Election Day, June 6th. And then on the other side, it says, Voices We Trust. Trust Mike Johnson to be Denver's next mayor. American Friends League, Denver Area Labor Federation, SCIU, YAMB, CWA, Teamsters, Constructing Colorado, Local 720, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. So these are basically all the labor unions, or a good majority of them here in Denver, that have endorsed Mike Johnson. So I was saying that they're starting to do the mudslinging and the going at each other, attack ads and mailers. They have several millions of dollars to do this. And Mike Johnson, and the majority of his money is coming from Bloomberg. You remember Bloomberg, Shabaka? Oh, Shabaka's muted. Shabaka, you're muted.
Wasn't Bloomberg the mayor of New York City?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, another opportunist, and the garbage that replaced Eric Adams, he's nothing better.
Yeah,
And
but he's a billionaire. He's a billionaire, and he's funding the mayoral candidate Mike Johnson's campaign through an independent.
Okay, so what does that tell you?
That has like over $4 or $5 million in it.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. So it is getting real tense here in the Mile High Income City. The community's pretty divided.
Oh, yes, sir.
Support. I don't support either one of these mugs. In my eyes, both suspected white supremacists, and they're not going to do anything specifically for Black people. Kelly Bruff for the Chamber of Commerce. She was responsible for a lot of gentrification that we're having here in Denver.
Yeah.
Along with other ethnic cleansing tactics and mechanisms. So she's more part of the problem than the solution. And Mike Johnson, he's been in the Black community for about 20 years, and he used to share an office with the nemesis in Park Hill.
Okay.
That damn Roberts, the damn Terrence Roberts. I think it's related to Eugene Roberts. Same Eugene Roberts that Charlton, Marcus Garvey, and several other revolutionaries at the time that were Black. But this fool claims he's that, and he's not. So yeah, it's getting real hectic here. I guess like 5 of the candidates have endorsed Mike Johnson. Off the top of my head, I would say it would be Leslie Harrod, Lisa Calderon, Ian Tafoya, Terrence Roberts, and Jay Dizzle's in the building.
Greeting to Jay Dizzle, Liberation Minded Media. Definitely a shout out there to him.
Al Gardner.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Black first.
Al Gardner, Jim Walsh, and then Renata Bergens. That was the German lady that was like 80-something years old that called herself running for mayor. She endorsed Kelly Bruff. That damn Thomas Wolfe, who was the only reason why he ran was to end the unhoused neighbor encampments. He endorsed her.
Wow.
I'm trying to think who else. Oh, that's the stupid ass Kwame Spearman, the neighborhood mayor dude. He dropped out and then endorsed Kelly Brough. I think Trinidad Rodriguez endorsed Kelly Brough, and that damn Bob the Builder cracker, Robert Treacher. That's the one that kept saying, "I'll build them myself. I have the blueprint to build 7,000 homes in Denver. I'll build them myself." That guy.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's cool.
White supremacists have all endorsed Kelly.
Yeah, and peace to Brother Jay Dizzle.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Brother Jay. Yeah, I just see Brother Jay Dizzle wishing me peace back at you there. Jay Dizzle, yeah, most definitely with Black I Stand. Yeah, without a doubt.
Yes, and Liberated Minded Media. It's Liberated Minded Media now, and he shouted us out earlier on his show, and I told him.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, much respect.
He tapped in. So,
yeah. I met the brother a few years ago. Yeah, I met Jay a few years ago up there in Seattle.
Yeah, so I'm gonna play this video real quick to give y'all an idea of what is going on with these two. This is from CBS Colorado, our CBS affiliate in Denver. It says early turnout up slightly in Denver mayoral runoff election.
Week away, and turnout numbers show more people are getting their ballots in early. The key race is the contest for mayor between Kelly Brough and Mike Johnston. But there are also city council races that could reshape the ways that Denver operates. Karen Morfitt is part of our team covering this critical Denver election for you. And Karen, it is nice to see more people getting involved this time around.
Absolutely, Karen. And today is kind of a critical day. The Denver Elections Office wants to remind people that today was the last day that you could send in your ballots via mail. Now you're going to have to turn them into one of the many ballot boxes that are across the city, or they have a drive-through here at the Elections Office. And of course, you can always vote in person, even on the day of the election. Now we know in April we had a huge last-minute turnout during that election. Already officials say the early numbers are up.
A week before election night in Denver.
But I wanted to make sure my ballot got turned in because too many people have fought and died so that we could vote.
Ballot.
Oh my fucking God. Because they find the biggest cones to put on the goddamn news. Right. Our ancestors fought for, as what Jay Dizzle's show channel says, liberation, freedom from white supremacy, not no damn voting. They thought voting would have been. They thought voting would be the way to it, but as we can clearly see, and we've seen for the past 60 years, voting is not getting us anywhere, Black family. Especially if we're not voting, if we're voting with no agenda and no cause, just voting just to be voting, because supposedly our ancestors died for us to have the right to vote. No, our ancestors died for us to have liberation and freedom.
Exactly. Yeah, read Dr. Newton's Revolutionary Suicide.
So I told my wife, hey, on my way home, that way we don't have to mail it or go hunt up a ballot box.
The turnout so far, about 15%, which may sound low, but it's actually up compared to previous elections.
So looking back at the last 4 municipal elections, we are tracking just a little bit higher than those. We were at about 9% this same time for the April election. So definitely seeing folks at least turning in their ballots earlier.
Lucille Winigama, spokesperson for the Denver Clerk and Recorder's Office, believes there's an increased interest in this election and points to required debates as part of Denver's Fair Election Fund as potentially playing a role.
Voters really wanted to see discourse among the folks who were going to be receiving that public funding. And so we think that part of that conversation, part of that discourse may have contributed.
Those who have already cast their vote sharing a similar message.
Your vote do count.
Vote. It's too important for the city.
Now, Now, while the spokesperson says they do hope that that fair election fund is having an impact, they will take a closer look at what how it's working and have some better numbers and better data come this fall.
Both of these motherfuckers shouldn't have been able to qualify for the Fair Elections Fund. They don't raise so much money. The Fair Elections Fund it completely goes against what it was supposed to represent. It was supposed to keep big money out of politics, and we could clearly see it. That is not the case.
Yep.
We're live in Denver tonight. Karen Morfitt covering Colorado First.
All right, Karen, one more week. Next Tuesday.
Oh my God. I wish I could play these stupid ass attack ads they've been throwing against each other. But yeah, that's that's what it looks like going into Tuesday.
They just have the little
wow.
I have to go to their places now. We got so many topics to get to tonight, Lady J. We really don't have time to go through all that. Does he even have a freaking YouTube channel?
Can I throw my thoughts in?
Yeah, go ahead, Lady J.
I find it like just I went on my own little campaign to tear down Kelly Bruh for a whole bunch of different things. One being a tokenizer, and it kind of got a little traction. Some of the sisters, but they don't really keep their shoes on that lady. She even kind of backpedaled a little bit. I was kind of amazed by that. I have been kind of just going in on that. The thing is that it just baffles me about all these damn endorsements after the fact, that when the runoff came, this bride decided she wanted to get every single fucking endorsement humanly possible, minus the one that actually mattered, which is Hickenloopers.
Yeah, how are you? Hickenlooper's chief of staff.
She has endorsements. She got it separated from Latinas, women. She has separated and who endorses just regular people, and it's a very it's like bragging, like I've got the endorsement of right, and she's very disingenuous. And from my opinion, I've been talking shit since the moment I seen motherfuckers allow them to get tokenized. I've been pretty much on it since before the election, before the mayoral election, actual mayoral election. Him, we already knew what kind of man he was. I think he's just better prepared as his forms, and he is because of something a little different. But
they only had one debate, guys.
That's all.
Everything else was a goddamn forum.
Yeah, all these forums are all the same. She has the same speech, the same. It's all rehearsed. It's fucking. I hear the same sad ass motherfucking story. This last one I was gonna go to, I decided to let the lady live. Just for general principle. I was like, well, it doesn't matter. I know that Team Paris, probably the only mayoral candidate that didn't give his vote to any of them people. And it seemed like it wouldn't matter.
Endorsement to any of them.
Yeah, endorsement. It seemed like it wouldn't matter, but it does. And especially when it comes to certain candidates trying to remix reparations and whatnot, you don't have this endorsement. You don't have this motherfucking especially when you try to tokenize and shit. You don't have none of that. So it does matter. We're kind of proud of ourselves. We're kind of proud of ourselves with all the fucking heavy heat we've been giving them.
There were two debates.
Yeah, we've been pretty. It's been. I'm going it doesn't matter who becomes the mayor. The fact is that they're not concerned about the people, and people are just going to suffer. And we already know we're seeing it. We're seeing a lot of that. A majority of their campaign thoughts and processes they took from Team Paris.
Yeah.
On both ends. it's a sham. And so, we don't have no love. And I've been just actively going in on it every chance I get. It's kind of therapeutic if you think about it. And plus, the whole thought is that people would get an understanding of who is going into office. They would want to be encouraged to know, regardless of how you vote, you want to know about what you're going to receive tangible about it. And there's nothing really tangible. In most cases, it's on the opposite opposing side of things that we don't believe in.
It's symbolic gestures.
It's symbolic, and it's just pretty duck dancing and cozy little words. What's really sad is that Black organizations have jumped up to support them and say off-brand comments like they represent, the community.
Code organizations.
And it's like, how can that be? They don't even really say anything about Black people at all. I reviewed it.
It's always people of color.
Right, it's very broad and ambiguous. The language is like word salad. It's just retarded. It's like dumb, and oh well, they only got themselves to blame for the next 4 years. So we did our part. We thoroughly did our part. Educated, trying to provide access, tangible solutions,
actual policy that would benefit Black people in the city.
Really worked hard. We really fucking worked hard. For 2 fucking people.
4 years worth of work.
Yeah, 2 fucking
Nobody had a website like that.
No.
Shout out to Lady Che for the website.
Thank you. It was hard work.
So, for those that don't know, in the state of Colorado, felons can vote, specifically in Denver. So this clip I'm about to play is from CBS Colorado as well, and they're talking about Denver inmates get a chance to cast ballots in the Denver mayoral runoff election. Shout out to the homies that are in the video.
Well as that should.
Free all our political prisoners.
Yes, I'm upset about it a little bit. Not because they can vote. I'm upset that they wouldn't let us go and talk to them about voting.
Because of COVID. Everything had to do with goddamn COVID.
County jails had a chance to cast their votes today. Now, the runoff election is next Tuesday, and today's event, part of a program between the Sheriff's Department, Clerk and Recorder's Office, and League of Women Voters Justice Reform Coalition. So they'll help decide the mayor's race. Kelly Brough and Mike Johnston are in the runoff election. You can find out more about the candidates and voting information on our website, cbscolorado.com. And we have you covered with results next Tuesday, June 6th. So look for first results, live coverage, and analysis as voters decide. That'll be streaming on CBS News Colorado starting at 7 and on CBS News Colorado at 10.
So we might do a show that that's the same day as the Shabaka show.
They wouldn't even have known if we didn't keep
Okay. All right, okay. We could postpone the show and just simply reschedule it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, because we could do a show on the stupid ass election results. For the mayor's race and the city council races, because there's 3 city council races that's going on. Councilwoman Candy City Blacc is fighting for her life to keep her seat in District 9. The white supremacist power structure in Denver wants their seat bad. They want it back. They lost their coon, Joe Bojangles, Albus Crooks. His name is Brooks, but we call him Albus Crooks.
Okay.
He lost that seat in 2019 to Candy City Blacc, and they want that seat bad. So they put another coon to run against her named Daryl Watson, who's gay. He's gay first, and then he's Black.
Oh man, Lord have mercy.
Daryl Watson has raised almost $1 million against Candy. It's ridiculous. And then in District 8, where I live, there's a big race between Chantel Lewis, who publicly stated she supports reparations, cash reparations for foundational Black Americans. So she gets the Black vote. And she got Team Harris's vote. and she was
Okay.
like an awesome councilwoman. But they put some cracker up against her named Brad Revere, and Brad's so desperate. He put flyers all up and down the Carl Boulevard in front of the Park Hill Golf Course.
Wow.
And then he ran, he had mailers, these glossies that had a black man on the cover right, to make it seem like he was black, but he wasn't black. The candidate is not black.
Well, ain't that election fraud?
It's definitely misrepresentation.
Yeah, it seems to me the state of Colorado ought to be investigating his ass for election fraud.
They're not gonna do that. He's white and privileged. He got Central Park on lock. What used to be the old airport is now Central Park, and he lives in Central Park, so he thinks Central Park is gonna come out and vote for him. But, District 8 includes Park Hill, North and South, East Colfax, Central Park, and western parts of Montbello.
Can I speak on that too, real quick? City Council.
Yeah, go ahead, Lady Chair.
All right. District 9, which is Candy City Blacc's race. It wasn't really, I keep telling her, hey, look, man, they're gonna give you the chair. You just got to chill the fuck out with half the fucking craziness, that's going on. I still don't think that fucking whatever fuck Daryl has a chance in hell. But however, it's not what I think. But the problem was that then I say that we didn't like her or nothing. We liked the work that she did with Unhoused. And then when it came to her trying to talk about reparations, they tried to remix it, they tried to tokenize and have a whole little forum meeting with black people by invite only, without the black people though, without the actual community really knowing about it, unless they were privy to Facebook. Was really something that pissed me the fuck off, and I couldn't handle it. I just had to fucking we had to stop that shit right where it was. And Jesse did his part physically. I did my part. We did our part. All because when you start using terms like black and brown, it's not. That's not what this is. I don't think I heard anything really about it the last week, maybe week and a half, Jesse, about her plans for reparations.
Probably 2 weeks.
About 2 weeks since so we went smooth the fuck off. Like you said, Jesse in public and me on the internet.
She was getting death threats.
Like
she want to pull some Robin Hood type shit and take from the business owners and give to the black and brown
business owners. The thing is that that shit was just foul. I make sure to let everybody know that we don't play over here. We're sinking battleships.
Remember the saying, Shabaka, if you're white, you're right. If you're brown, stick around. And if you are black, get back.
Right. So we're not, we weren't playing around, so we're being very serious.
Welcome back, Shabaka. I didn't even know you had dropped off.
We've been very intentional.
Yeah, because I was no, go ahead, Lady Chair. I'm sorry.
We've been very intentional with shutting that down because, on every avenue, this is one thing that Democrats are not going to do is try to remix some shit they don't got no business remixing, because they think it's they're riding a wave. So nobody wanted to come at this broad like that until she wouldn't listen. Try to save her life, like, come on, don't do it, yeah, behave yourself. And plus, I felt like she didn't have all this heat for reparations when she was dating a whole black woman, had another black woman riding with her for like the first 3 years. So I just felt like that was really cap and had to be called out. But then the tokenizing, tokenizing usury, right? Just was beyond me. So the fact that our alleged community, where people like to say, community stands for community, blah 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 blah. No, the community doesn't. The community is whatever the fuck the paymasters are saying, and they just ride with that. It's never on some never really prolifically pro-black, and it's never with the black agenda. It's an all-inclusive fucking word salad of fucking propaganda. And so we've been doing our part. It's almost amusing now for us to watch it not come to fruition, because that lady was trying to basically pick more off of Team Paris, Jesse Paris's brain, and make whole fucking, have a whole study without the black community. And
that wasn't even reparations. What the fuck they were talking about?
They weren't even talking about reparations. They were talking all stupid and shit. It is just another study, family. Another round study.
Cash reparations would be too hard.
He said without economic whatever. He said, oh my crazy shit, the craziest shit ever. Let's put it that way. That this whole fucking 2 years with the task force and the new black media that we've been working so fucking hard for, that she just thought she was just gonna run off and fucking make policies and steal more of Jesse Paris's fucking Jesse Paris's fucking brainwaves and run off and think that this shit was just gonna be sweet. It wasn't. It really wasn't. However, I don't want to see the gay and black dude win. I don't want to see that at all. She liked to say that she's getting death threats. Join the club. That's just what it is. You know what I mean? Obviously you're okay. Motherfuckers shouldn't be doing that. I just find it like incredibly fucking like, what is this, a woe is me moment all of a sudden? The second thing about Kelly Brown, real quick, I'm about to end it, is that I find it contradictory, or not contradictory. I find it like conflict of interest. Excuse me, a conflict of interest when the newspapers endorse you and have been endorsing you since before the first mayoral election. The Gazette had chose who they liked from jump, and they kept running with the narrative. So I find it a major conflict of interest, because the newspapers and media, they're the ones that push these off-brand fucking messages, and they want people to get on their side without really taking a chance and looking at things the way they really are. So I just wanted to say that, and I'm done. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Lady Shay. What are your thoughts, Shabaka?
Okay, is once again here, is that they playing politics with it. And then, quite naturally, of course, they're selling the black community down the toilet once again. And then, of course, like all these coons that you got out here, you see what I mean? Like your Eric Adams and what have you of New York, so it's the same affliction, that's happening there in Denver. And this is why we got to have, be one agenda first, and then hopefully it will jumpstart and kick a spark out at the local level. Just keep doing up the work that you're doing, and hopefully it will spread, to Baltimore, to New York, to Los Angeles as well, too, is because Karen Bass, she will be up for election in, let me see, I think 2027.
Yeah, the next election will be in 2027.
Yeah, for Los Angeles, yeah. And then keep in mind, yeah, okay, so Denver and LA, yeah, they have the mayoral elections a year apart.
No, the same year.
Karen Bass. Yeah, that's right, yeah. Because Karen Bass was elected earlier. Yeah. Okay, an odd number. Okay. And then also, too, just a small update about Los Angeles, not getting off topic right here. Karen Bass, they got him out there, mistreating the homeless again. She talking about she's pledging all this, effort to get them housed and all that. But once again, the lapdogs is out there tearing down the homeless encampment, on the speech, and what have you. And they do it unannounced. They don't even announce it. They just come and do it. Which is really cool.
Getting back to the runoff election, what are your thoughts, Shabaka?
Okay, well, I'm hoping, that whoever wins the runoff election definitely, do something tangible for Black Denver rights. You know what I'm saying? Is because I noticed, as you had pointed out, California and Colorado happens to be trendsetters, you see, throughout the rest of the nation. Okay. And then also to the Denver Police Department, it definitely needs to be investigated, defunded, just like the LAPD. You know what I mean? And one thing I will say about the city of Denver, you guys had a great heavyweight champion who used to live there in Denver by the name of Sonny Liston. Because Sonny Liston was known for beating up police officers and throwing them in the trash can.
One of my favorite boxers.
Yeah, Sonny Liston.
Can I see the weed? Oh, yeah, sure, please. No, the big thing. Thanks. What's next? I like Sonny Liston. He's one of my favorites.
Oh yeah, because he trained over there at a place called Fern Hall. I believe it was over there on Welton too, Jesse. But you told me they tore it down.
Yeah, they tore it down, Shabaka.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Hide and bide.
Majority of the businesses that was around when you were last year.
Mm-hmm.
Here in Denver are gone. The only part I remember is Wall Street Cafe.
They moved
in the barbershop. And my godmother's barbershop, Frank Steiger's barbershop, Starling. That's about it. Everything else is different. It's either gone or something else.
Man.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this, y'all president, because y'all voted for him, he had a major fall this week at the U.S. Air Force Academy graduation ceremony. If you ask me, this is a fall for white supremacy. Play the video. So, hi,
Colorado Springs.
Sleepy Joe just got done doing a speech for the graduates here, talking about the most diverse crowd. What the hell is there? There's no diversity in this. The most women and shit. That's just ridiculous shit. I'm like, I see maybe one black person in this whole video, but right here. So he is getting ready to get off the stage, and y'all see. Come on. They're saying he tripped and fell.
Wow.
No, he didn't trip and fall. That motherfucker is just too damn old to be the president of the United States. Like,
yeah, that's a definite first sign of it. And I mean, what president in history ever stumbled and fell in front of a graduating class of military officers?
I was like, did he break the hip? I was hoping.
He fell directly on his leg.
Yeah. Wow.
So here they are picking him up.
Yeah.
Says he has fallen several times in front of the public. It's time to
80
sit down.
years old.
He's 82 years old. It's time to sit down, by Grandpa. It's time to sit down.
Damn.
Sleepy Joe.
Well, the only thing I can say about that is this.
Damn.
I mean, if this dude here, man, is doing all of this, right? And if Kamala has to step in, man, shit, I just don't know what to say.
Remember, anybody so slow.
So they say it was a badly placed sandbag that caused Sleepy Joe to trip. Okay, where's the sandbag?
I don't see no sandbags.
Why the fuck would a sandbag be on
Precisely my point.
Video 3 times and I didn't see no goddamn sandbag.
It was sunny ass
I didn't
day.
see none for him.
Precisely my point.
Hey.
and like 2 times to get up. That was a stunner.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to lay it down in a few, you guys.
Okay.
All right, Shabaki. I wanted you to stay on until we got to Chris Christy.
Oh yeah,
about that. So we got
I got a lot to say.
We got a topic.
Okay, so
let's get Lady Che's thoughts on this. What are your thoughts, Lady Che?
Nothing. He's clumsy. He's clumsy. And I mean, it would have been boom to if you like found out broke his hip or something. Then we would really feel sorry for him. But he's just like, I don't know. Maybe the sun was in his eyes. Shoes didn't look untied, so I don't know.
There's another video. So the dump, Donald Trump had a comment, made some comments about Jim Crow biting falling.
All right. What does the orange dude got to say?
You know what I'm saying? The whole thing is
What happened?
Oh, the dump.
Yeah, the dump, as I said, as in human shit. Oh yeah. No, that's what I see. They're playing with the algorithms again, huh?
Oh man, I can say you can't hear it.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I got this Bluetooth on because I couldn't find the regular headset that I normally use.
It sounded like it did.
That sounds like something he would say.
It sounded like he was gonna say fuck it, and he seen there was kids in the crowd, so he kept his language clean. So yeah, even the dump has something to say about Jim Crow biting, making an epic fall.
She's gonna have to hold hands with somebody next time.
Oh my God!
You can't walk right.
Grandpa, it's time to sit down.
Yeah. No, at 80 years old, he would be great grandpa.
82.
Definitely great grandpa.
Yeah. Great grandpa. It's time to sit down.
But what I want to know, man, when is the DEA or the feds going to go arrest his son, man?
After they arrest Trump.
That fool's on dope.
After they arrest Trump. In a
well,
perfect
maybe they
world,
could share the same cell.
In a perfect world, they would be sharing the same cell, but this is not that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they both need to walk the concrete. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, get degraded.
Yeah. In a perfect world, all that stuff would be happening, but no. I don't think either one of them going to any kind of jail.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so I'm moving us along because I know we got a big day tomorrow, Shabaka.
Yeah.
So like I said, epic fall for racism and white supremacy. And just proves you cannot be 82 years old and still running for president of the United States.
Yeah, so what they need to do, if they made a minimum age of 35 for anybody to run for president, then they need to have a maximum age, I'm going to say, of about 70. And what I mean by a maximum age is I'm talking about from the time he gets inaugurated. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When he gets inaugurated, he cannot be no more than 70 years of age.
Right.
Because a dude at 82, man, you know what I'm saying? And that's only 18 years ahead of me, man. And with these aches and pains that I got coming up, man, that's catching up with me, man. You know what I'm saying? I know he's got to be all the way through. And then, of course, the thought process as well, too. Because if you're going to be the executive or head of state, you know what I'm saying? You got to have your wits about you, man, because, you know, you might have to make key decisions in the middle of the night. Not if they're trying to, you know, hurry yourself to the restroom with your diapers on, you know what I mean?
With your Depends.
Right. Why do you think, where do you think I got the term the panties from? You know? So commercial said Depends, and I said, yeah, panties. But getting to the governor or the former governor of New Jersey, Chris Christy.
Hold on, Shabaka. We got one more topic before that. It's New Jersey related. A few months back, Black family, a Black city councilwoman from New Jersey was killed, and finally the killer has been identified and arrested, and he is a member of her church.
Oh, man.
Okay. Is that just real? Oh man, yeah, they must be messing with the algorithms. Jay Dizzle said he didn't see the video.
Are we sharing it?
Yes. This computer is freezing up.
Okay, Jay said what now?
He said he couldn't see the last video.
Oh, man.
He said the ancestors tipped his ass. Yeah, they tripped him.
Yeah, that's right, Dre. Yeah, that's right, Dre. Yeah, the ancestors tripped his ass. Yeah, most definitely. You know what I'm saying? Did you just play a video? I didn't see it. Jay saying that he didn't see it.
Yeah, the video I played was of him falling.
Okay, yeah.
And Trump's reaction to
it. Okay. Of hiding by it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So the New Jersey councilwoman. Oh, this computer does this in the middle of the show. Hold on. I'm having technical difficulties with the computer.
Yeah, that's the algorithms coming to you there from Silicon Valley.
Oh, crap. Say something, Shabaka?
Yes, sir. You know, I just said that Silicon Valley, man, messing with the algorithms and what have you, you know?
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. This is your News 4 Now update. I'm Kay Ingram. A shocking crime in New Jersey. A council member is dead, murdered at an apartment complex in Sayreville, and shot several times. Right now, there's a search for that gunman, and News 4's Tracy Strahan is there with the latest.
It was officers here from the Sayreville Police Department that discovered Councilwoman Eunice Dwumfor shot to death right in front of her home. Now, the councilwoman was just 30 years old and served starting in 2021. Well, officers here in Sayreville responded to a call of shots fired just before 7:30 Wednesday night in the area of Samuel Circle. Upon arrival, they found a female victim shot multiple times. Now, the woman succumbed to those injuries and was pronounced dead at the scene. In the hours following, tributes and condolences have poured in on social media. The shocked mayor of Sayreville said, quote, "As a community, we are shocked and saddened at the loss of Eunice Dwumfor. Eunice was a dedicated member of our borough council who was truly committed to serve all of our residents. The fact that she was taken from us by a despicable criminal act makes this incident all the more horrifying." Now, again, the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office is in charge of what is now a homicide investigation. That's the very latest from Sayreville. Tracy Strahan, News 4, New York.
Tracy.
So that's when the story first broke about 3-4 months ago. And if the computer will cooperate, I have another video I want to play. Come on, computer. Okay. So apparently, this councilwoman was real religious.
Okay.
It is now ready to assist in the murder investigation of a New Jersey councilwoman fatally gunned down outside her home. If and when that happens, they will team up with local law enforcement as they go over every aspect of the life of Eunice Dwumfor. But still, the search for her killer and why she was the target of this remains a mystery. Eyewitness News reporter Derek Waller in Sayreville with the latest.
There is just no words for something like this. Nobody deserves that. And this woman, she seemed to have it all.
Eunice Dwumfor's former campaign manager describing the 30-year-old political newcomer as deeply religious. The young mom raising her 12-year-old daughter in this Sayreville apartment complex.
I believe her daughter lit up her life. Jesus Christ lit up her life. She was very faithful. And she definitely driven to accomplish. She would have been a shining star.
On Wednesday night, the Sayreville councilwoman was gunned down in her white Nissan SUV right outside her home, eventually crashing into parked cars. Neighbors heard several gunshots.
I heard the bang, bang, bang in succession twice. I mean, I can't tell you how many it was, but I heard boom, 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 boom. And I'm like, oh, shoot, that is a gunfire.
Police on the property now in possession of her cell phone. Also seen searching the woods behind Camelot at Lemaire, where they hope the gunman may have left evidence.
I had a hoodie on, couldn't see the face, ran that way, straight up her fence.
Newark, where her family still lives, but recently she found love in Nigeria, marrying a pastor there. Now investigators are combing through every aspect of her life. The FBI issuing this statement saying, "We are aware of the investigation into the death of Councilwoman Dwumfor in Sayreville Wednesday evening. We have talked with our local law enforcement partners at the Sayreville Police Department and the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office. Should they ask us for any assistance, we will do all we can to help their investigation." And while that investigation continues, one thing appears certain. They don't believe that her position as a councilwoman had anything to do with the murder.
Wow.
For the June 4 family, I hope that today is the beginning of a sense of justice.
A suspect named nearly 4 months to the day after the murder of a New Jersey councilwoman. The arrest more than 300 miles away, and the victim's connection to her accused killer. That's our top story at 11. Hello, everyone. I'm David Usher.
I'm Natalie Pasquarella. Police had to look outside the Garden State for
I didn't even do anything.
For the man who they now say murdered Eunice Jumfor. They tracked the Sayreville councilwoman's accused killer all the way to Chesapeake, Virginia. The 28-year-old suspect was not a stranger. Prosecutors say Jumfor knew him from church. News 4's Jackie Beckford live in Newark to explain how investigators linked him to the crime. Jackie.
Yeah, and Natalie, this church in Newark is one of the only direct connections prosecutors noted today between the victim and the suspect in terms of how they knew each other. We tried to talk to some members who are here tonight for a meeting, but they declined any comment. Meanwhile, Eunice Jumfor's family, her parents, are asking more questions tonight about why their daughter was killed.
New questions tonight following an arrest in the puzzling murder of 30-year-old New Jersey lawmaker Eunice Jumfor.
We need to get justice. We need those answers.
28-year-old Rashid Ali Bynum, captured in Chesapeake, Virginia. Nearly 4 months to the day, prosecutors say, he ambushed the Sayreville councilwoman in her SUV outside her home. Her 11-year-old daughter telling the Associated Press last month she heard the shots that killed her mother.
We were waiting for my mom to look for a parking space, and then she was taking a lot of time, so we started calling her over and over again, but it wouldn't pick up. And then we heard gunshots, and we started calling the police.
Today, Jumfor's sister, father, and pastor watched on as the Middlesex County prosecutor laid out the case.
This was a very complex, extensive case with painstaking police work.
Yolanda Ciccone crediting surveillance video, Easy Pass records, a witness sighting, and Bynum's cell phone pinging phone.
A search of the victim's phone revealed Bynum as a contact in Eunice Jumfor's phone with the acronym FCF.
That church affiliated with this one, the Champion Royal Assembly in Newark, the church through which the rising Republican politician met her new husband in Nigeria. Jumfor seen here in promotional material on the church's Facebook page. The same church prosecutors say Bynum had also worked for at one point.
That on the day of the murder, Bynum searched the internet for information on Champion Royal Assembly Church, as well as the area in Sayreville, New Jersey.
But the attorney for Jumfor's parents says prosecutors have yet to reveal the proverbial smoking gun, a motive.
They are trying to also understand the relationship, how this person came to target Eunice, what was the rationale.
While the family seen here leaving the prosecutor's office is thankful to investigators, John Wisniewski says the prosecutor has yet to share why their daughter was targeted.
Maybe they know, but certainly they haven't shared that. And that is something that is vexing the family as we speak right now.
Bynum is charged with first-degree murder and several weapons charges. He is currently in Virginia awaiting extradition. We're live in Newark tonight. Jackie Beckford, News 4, New York.
Wow, so he was already behind bars.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. What are your thoughts on this, Shabaka?
Okay, I said it's very interesting. It's more to it than that the press is letting on to. Yeah, and then on top of it as well, too, I'm sorry to see a young woman, get gunned down like that. But it could have been, some political machinations by it. This is just a theory, scenario, actually. They might needed her or wanted her on a key vote. And she probably was going to vote the other way against it. Or, these two people, have a history, you know what I mean? And probably, he was probably seeing her and then she went on to marry somebody else.
Yeah.
That
fatal
could be a motive.
Yeah, a crime of past.
Or it could be a downright setup. You know what I'm saying? You see, it could be a downright setup.
What are your thoughts, Lady Che?
Nigeria, that had nothing to do with anything. And then two, what do they mean it doesn't have anything to do with her being on city council? And three, why it taken 4 months? And it just ultimately whatever narrative they're pushing doesn't really make sense. Even if even even if this dude is, he did it or whatever, he didn't do it. It just kind of added more suspicion because what was she talking about? What is she talking about at city council that would put her as a target if she's just a regular woman after work?
She's a Republican.
Yeah, like
in a Democratic state. Isn't New Jersey usually, don't they vote Democrat?
so she's the only sister on the
I
board.
believe so. Yeah.
I think she's the only Republican on the city council board. Yeah.
But she's the only sister on there.
Yeah, more than likely that town that she represents don't seem like it has a lot of black people, but they kept talking about Newark, so I think it's like a suburb of Newark.
Can't talk about that. And
Yeah, because you got a huge black population in Newark, New Jersey.
Yeah, in Brick City, but this isn't in Brick City. This is like just outside of Brick City.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else, Lady Chan?
nope, I felt like they were grasping for straws, and I really am curious about the whole husbandly thing and why they felt compelled to bring that up.
Yeah.
That was like a pointless piece of information, A lot of it just the fact it's just man. The opening, the beginning with the white lady and the gun and all this extra shit, and he's in a hoodie. He has a ski mask on. You see what I'm saying? It's just I felt like they were reaching and trying to push a narrative.
Oh, he had a hoodie and we couldn't see his face.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
he shot it. I'm pretty curious mind.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, our thoughts and prayers go out to her family. Hopefully they get justice for the murder of their loved one.
How long was she on the board?
Right.
They didn't say.
2021.
Oh, so fairly new.
Yeah.
There's a lot
What
to
is
look
that?
into.
What is that town called? Shankerville. What? Shabaka, do you remember what the name of the town was? She
I
represented.
think it's Shankerville.
Sherrville or something like that.
Yeah, it's Sayreville.
Sayreville, yeah.
Sayer.
Sayerville. Yeah.
Sayreville. Oh, that's super south. That's down by New Brunswick.
Oh, New Brunswick, New Jersey.
Yeah, this is way south of Newark, where she represents or represented. Yeah, I don't think they had that many black people in Sayersville. It definitely don't look like the town to have any kind of diversity to it. But somehow they elected her as a Republican.
Yeah, interesting.
No,
So you think
she's
it's
gone.
political, but not political.
Oh, it's big time political. The dude from her own church killed her. Crazy.
Damn.
So our next topic is oh my God, Governor Chris Christy, or former governor of New Jersey, Chris Christy, has announced that he's going to run for president in 2024. And guess who else announced about it? The former Vice President, Mike Pence.
Mike Pence. All right. Well, so Pence would be, I think Christie's a Democrat, right?
No, Christy.
No, wait a minute. No, them is Repubs. My bad. Yeah, Repubs. those are reptilians. Yeah. Okay. Now, what I wanted to say about Governor Christie of New Jersey, as we are all well aware of, that there's a very, very famous case that happened on the New Jersey Turnpike in May of 1973.
Yeah.
Also, too, was a woman who was falsely accused of murdering a New Jersey state trooper. This woman was also shot multiple times. Okay, so there was no way in hell that she could have shot the state trooper. During the time that there was a bounty placed on her, we all know who we're talking about. Okay,
Yes.
I'm not going to say her name. I'm not going to say who she's related to. We all know who we're talking about. Christie did not and thwarted an investigation to the fact that the woman we're talking about, suppressed evidence that she was falsely accused. Okay, and from what I understand is that Christie had endorsed another $1 million placed on her head. Now, because the state of New Jersey issued a $1 million reward, okay, then when Obama, was in office, he put another $1 million reward on it. Also, too, you are aware of the fact that if this person ever sets foot on U.S. soil, they have orders to shoot to kill. So with those draconian Gestapo tactics of what you're talking about, of what Christie and them are talking about in New Jersey, goes to show that there is no freedom of justice here. You're not innocent until you're proven guilty. It's simply because you did not like what this. Well, basically, that's what I'm getting at, because they don't dig what you represent. Okay. And this woman has maintained her innocence, going on the last almost 50 years. 50 years now. Okay, she was granted political asylum. And then, of course, you do know that when the Obama regime had restarted relations with this particular nation that I'm not going to mention. Okay. Obama put another $1 million on the bounty against Tupac's auntie. Okay. And it's very interesting is that the more that she has stressed her innocence, and then to mention the fact that she herself was shot in this shootout, and she's not a big woman, I believe she's only like about 5'2", 5'3", you see. And then of course of how she was mistreated, when she was taken into custody, where she was beaten, in a hospital bed to extort a confession out of her. And the chief executive, Chris Christy, who was the chief executive of that state, being the governor, it seems to me, if there was any sense of any type of motherfucking justice, he would have ordered an investigation, to her claims of her innocence. You see?
Yep, I concur.
And then, of course, Common, the R&B artist Common, had made a record.
He's a hip hop artist.
He's a what?
He's a hip hop artist.
Okay, yeah. He made a record, about this situation, and that they put pressure on him, from Los Angeles, that he shouldn't make no record about her and stuff like that. Then they also tried to fabricate other evidence against her, stating that she was the mother hen of a certain squads going out there, to commit these murders and what have you. They say she is innocent, that my gut feeling tells. But keep in mind that fervent history, which was the Black empowerment era, you know, they were very, very afraid of us. So this is why, you know, you got this alphabetized agenda right now, you know, to keep the Black male effeminized. See. And the person that I'm speaking of, you know,
Yep,
has
damn
her
twins.
75th birthday. Yeah, she has her 75th birthday coming up. Leave the woman alone, okay?
Right.
Leave the woman alone, okay? Leave her alone. And so she was granted, you know, asylum in a particular nation, as we all know. She had also had did a lecture in 1996 stating that if she ever sets foot on U.S. soil or territory, she is to be shot on sight with orders of shoot to kill. And man, and if that's not J. Edgar Hoover, man, with that, man, come on. And then Christy,
getting
who
back
sits
to
up there,
Christy.
holds the press. But getting back to Christy with his fat, nasty ass, okay? Is that, you know, he endorsed that, calls her all kind of derogatory terms and stuff like that. And then saying, and then of course, you know, they put some coon up there to say, yeah, you know, she's this, she's that, you know. And I mean, and it's very, very interesting of even with Obama, of how when they have a anti-Black agenda going on, they always get a Negro to put up there, you know, to endorse this crap. Always. Rather if it was that Sheriff Clark in Milwaukee County, rather if it was Obama, Colin Powell, you know, those type of individuals. You see, and it's incredible of how this slave mentality still has the chain on our brain. It's just downright incredible. You see, and so I appreciate Common, you know, making the record. You know what I'm saying? And as Common said, and may God bless her soul. We'll see.
Yeah. I'm gonna play the video, Shabaka.
Yes, sir. Oh, you got the panties, huh? Yeah, DeSantis, you're a punk. What? Yeah, I'm about to lay it down, y'all. Let's see if we can get this last business in on Christy with his fat ass. Can't hear it.
Okay, I don't know how you can't hear it. Oh man, God damn it! Why does it keep happening to me? Okay, sorry. I don't even know where to begin with this. Okay, what is the last thing you remember hearing?
I haven't heard anything on this video right here on Christy.
All right, let me start it over, Shabaka.
Okay. Still can't hear anything.
What the hell, man? Okay, can you hear it now, Shabaka?
No, sir.
So you didn't hear none of the video again?
No.
Maybe you need to refresh the video. I don't know. Just trying that out. Can you hear now?
Can you hear it now,
Nope.
Shabaka?
No, sir.
Shit.
4 people tuning in. I don't know how y'all can't hear
Try again.
Brother got a shadow ban.
Sometimes they do that on MSN. You have to pick a different. Hold on a sec. 1 second, Valley. I checked too. I checked. 1 second, Valley. That's to the left, right?
Hey, we do have some breaking news, actually, Joe, on the 2024
Okay,
Republican
now I can
primary.
hear
It's not about
Another Ivy Leaguer running for president?
I don't think so. A source has confirmed to NBC News that former New Jersey Governor Chris Christy will enter the presidential race on Tuesday at a town hall in Manchester, New Hampshire. Went to the University of Delaware, by the way. Go Blue Hens.
Delaware v. Delaware.
Governor Christie's second White House bid will receive support from a newly minted super PAC led by the advisor to John McCain and Mitt Romney's presidential campaigns. After dropping out of the race 8 years ago, Christie, now one of the party's most vocal critics of Donald Trump, famously endorsed the former president in 2016 and worked with his administration before their split over Trump's stolen election claims in 2020, Joe. So Governor Christie getting back in one more time.
Yeah, I mean, you never know what's going to happen. Jonathan Lemire, never know what's going to happen. You do have, and I'm kind of intimidated now that I'm talking to Jonathan. I find I went to Columbia.
Mr. Columbia.
Me too.
Yeah,
I feel different.
jeez. It does feel kind of different, but I'm going to work
I
through
could
it.
see him with his backpack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hacky sack.
Yeah.
It is hacky sack. And,
Required a significant work study job, a lot of financial aid to make
Only
this work.
on one arm.
Yeah, whatever. Come on, please.
I ran track.
So
I did.
Oh my God.
I really don't know how to
Okay.
go on here. Another Ivy League guy. So anyway, I'm going to try to work through this despite me being intimidated. You never know what's going to happen. It seems to me if Chris Christy has a problem right now, it's the same problem that you'd have with Mike Pence, the same problem you'd have with Nikki Haley, where it's really hard to kind of be in the middle, once being a Trump supporter and then being against him as strongly as Chris Christy is. That's going to be something, obviously, that he's going to have to work through with the base, because somebody said much earlier in the show, and they're exactly right, the base doesn't like people that criticize Ron DeSantis if it's Donald Trump, and they don't like people criticizing Donald Trump when it's Ron DeSantis or Mike Pence or Nikki Haley or Chris Christy. So it's going to be quite a tightrope walk.
Yeah, and it won't be easy for Christie on that tightrope. Let's remember, of course, it was his endorsement of Trump back in 2016 that gave Trump some legitimacy in the party as he was starting to become the leader in the field there. It was a surprise endorsement. And Christie stayed with Trump throughout his time in office. In fact, Chris Christie nearly died for doing so because he caught COVID at a Trump debate rehearsal in the fall of 2020, right before Trump himself got it, and was hospitalized, was in the ICU for a time. Since then, he has denounced some of what Trump has done, including, of course, around January 6th, but has also left the door open to potentially voting for him again, as so many of these Republicans do. So we'll see. He has signaled to people that he is going to be the flamethrower, that he is going to be the candidate who's not going to be afraid to take on Trump in this time around in 2024. I don't know how big of a lane that is. We have seen the Republican Party be pretty. The polls suggest Trump is still far and away the heavyweight there. He is the favorite, and it's not clear how they'll react to someone really coming at him like Christie promises to do. And yes, he has said he will jump in the race sometime next week in New Hampshire, a state where he thinks his brand of republicanism can work well, but it's a state where also Trump has dominated the GOP field now for several cycles.
All right, Shabaka, before you bid us a farewell, what are your thoughts on Christie jumping in the presidential race?
Okay. Once again, as we had stated before, guys like the Panties, Christie, Trump, they got their shadow agenda, you know what I'm saying, that they're making it very, very known. Okay, and that's why it's up to us as a people right now, and I cannot emphasize this more enough, that we as a people are in a state of emergency, and they're out to exterminate our asses, and that is my bottom line. This is why, they lining all these guys up, they sending out their dog whistles, and look at the dogs that you got running for president.
Oh, yeah.
On both sides of the fence. You see what I'm saying? And what it is, Black family, you know what I mean, is that those of you in your 40s and your 50s on down, protect yourselves, because they coming for you. They are coming for you one way or another. We can no longer be divided. We got to have a united front. You know what I'm saying? Because our very survival depends on it. And then, as Tupac said, hey, we have a right to live, we have a right to exist, and we have a right to survive. And with all this high-tech stuff and this nanotechnology, like look what happened with Mr. Jamie Foxx, okay, you got to look at that other brother, regardless of what factions you all are from, regardless from New York to Los Angeles, hey, we are all we got. And these crackers are not playing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And they are not playing.
Right.
And that's my comment on that one. Okay, so what I'm going to have to do is lay it down.
Okay.
We got to get up early tomorrow.
Thank you, Shabaka.
Hey, thank you for having me. Yeah, thank you for having me and making an announcement here. We're going to be doing a special edition on Wednesday for our regularly scheduled Tuesday night show. Because the mayoral Denver election is happening, and they need to see what's going on in Denver, which very well could set, a trend across the nation. It's incredible how the municipal elections, the gubernatorial elections, affect all of the presidential elections, And in this day and age, hey, tangibles all the way from now to 2100 and nothing less. This is because we have a right to survive, we have a right to live, and we also have a right to be progressive. Okay, face it, family. Even Dr. King realized his mistake. It's a burning house. It ain't working. We are all we got. Okay? And let's look at Freddie D, the X-Men, Garvey. You see what I mean? Even the former heavyweight champ Ali told you in his heyday, before his transition, they out to do what's in, Black family. They don't care if you're from Ethiopia. They don't care if you're from South Central Los Angeles. They don't care if you're from Harlem, Park Hill, South and West Side of Chicago, Houston, Atlanta, Miami. They don't care. They just got us viewed as in one setup. They got us viewed as in one group. Okay. And their game, ladies and gentlemen, is that they are out to exterminate us.
Yep. That's the
And
name of the
that's my
game.
closing comment. Yes, sir. And everything else is bullshit. You know, that's the harsh reality right there. You know, so later for Top Mahler, you know what I'm saying, and what have you, later from Tim Scott. You know, don't even waste your time supporting those jokers. Don't even listen to them.
Don't
Because
even
our very survival is at stake. And the cold part about it is now the brain dead motherfuckers out here, okay, who cannot see the reality of the snow job that is coming their way. Hey, all I can say, got to give you guys some power too, because you're gonna need it. It is because when it hits the fan, you're gonna be overwhelmed.
Yeah,
we really are. We're going to be overwhelmed. They are not playing. You know, the Penny Annie dude. You know what I'm saying? Rittenhouse. Dylan Roof. Okay. The Orange dude. Is there anything else more that needs to be said of what we're looking at it? Then the business with the Proud Board. You know what I mean? See, the dump. You know, the punk down there in Florida, the panties. Okay? And I'm saying, yeah, I said he's a transvestite and he wears women's underwear. Yeah. That trick. And the sad part about it is, Black family, that bullshit that he is pushing, man, okay, is picking up momentum, man. The books is just the beginning. Him banning the books is just the beginning. They got the robot dogs now. San Francisco PD got it. Okay. You got artificial intelligence. The only thing left is for them to do is to program the race coach.
Yep.
Here's my closing comment right there.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us, Shabaka. Where can people find you?
Oh, yeah. Follow me, you know, or follow our podcast, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, you know, on Facebook, on the Tweety Bird, Shabaka, capital EXP. Check us on Blog Talk Radio. They are shadow banning us, folks, so please Google our past episodes. You should be able to do it. And Blog Talk, yeah, I'm putting it out there on public. You are shadow banning Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Okay, we understand that you hate and dislike the truth, but at least give us some free airtime. After all, we're paying for it. Okay, folks, this is Shabaka Sankor from Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm out. Take care.
All right, Rock, have a good night.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank y'all for staying with us. We are starting to wind down. So Mike Pence, the former vice president to Trump, also announces that he's running for president in 2024. So we're going to get to that.
2024 race for the White House. Yes, indeed, it's heating up. Former Vice President Mike Pence is set to announce his presidential run next Wednesday.
Joining us now, ABC News political director Rick Klein, also Alex Pritchett, who is in Iowa covering the campaign kickoff for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. So, Rick, GOP primary clearly heating up. What are you learning about Pence's announcement, and how do you think he's received by voters compared to the GOP candidates who've already come forward and declared?
Yeah, we'll be back in Iowa a week from today to cover the Pence announcement, which we were told will come next Wednesday. Not a big surprise. He's been openly talking about this possibility for some time, but there isn't much in his favorability numbers that suggests that he's done anything more to convince a lot of skeptical voters. It does look in the latest polling that he's kind of taken it from both sides. A lot of people that oppose Trump think he might be too close to Trump, but a bigger problem is that Trump loyalists view him as disloyal because the former president has said as much. It will be a tough needle to thread, but if he can thread it, it will go through Iowa, home to a disproportionate number of evangelical voters. That is the Pence sweet spot and where he hopes to be able to break through as a candidate.
And Alex, yeah, there's no question that he's seen as a traitor by Trump. Pence does have a lot of name recognition, though, Alex. He's not named Trump, of course, but he's known to the country. You know, what do you think? How can his race for the White House impact this crowded Republican primary?
Well, Terry, I mean, I think he's arguably the biggest name to enter this race. It's not either Trump or DeSantis, right? But on the topic of DeSantis, specifically, he has tried to campaign and make this a two-person race. We know that he's positioned this race that way to donors. It's been successful for him the last few months. Well, this increasing field, and certainly with the former vice president now entering, well, it changes that calculation, right? It changes the shaping there. And so I think that as Rick pointed out, certainly the former vice president has his own challenges threading a needle, being a part of that Trump administration, which will certainly resonate with some of the evangelicals here in Iowa, his principles and his policies, but also that Trump has called him out specifically as a traitor. And then now you juxtapose that with another politically aligned candidate in DeSantis. It's going to be a very, very tightly contested field here.
All right, Rick Klein, Alex, we'll be following it all for sure.
For the next year and a half.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel.
So it's like everybody that ran with Trump or served under Trump is now wants to run against him for president. Political theory is now Chris Christy and former Vice President Mike Pence, all three want to run for president, and then none of them are following nowhere high as Trump. It's like you already know Trump is going to get the Republican running for president. There's 7 Democrats. It's crazy. What are your thoughts, Lady Che, on
Pence?
Christie and Pence?
Well, it's kind of awkward little turn of events, considering Pence was with Trump, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of an awkward little turn of events.
Who's his vice president?
Right. and the way that went down, wasn't a rip. Christie, it's like sounds good. However, right now everybody's just jumping in. Republicans feel like because the Democrats are in a bad light right now, that they might as well just flood the waves. It's not really going to do anything good. Nobody's talking about anything really substantial yet. It was really saying what they are, when they what they will or won't do, and nobody's talking about reparations. This is gonna be like Denver. There's gonna be like 30 motherfuckers running, and nobody's gonna get the black vote.
Yep.
So that's pretty much how I feel about it. As far as anybody running now, as far as president, I mean, they're really only focused on Trump and fucking DeSantis, whenever he pronounces his name correctly. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The panties of Satan.
Yeah, so they're really only focused on that. Everybody else is like filler, like iceberg lettuce that has no nutritional value. So it's like that.
Like that Obama salami dog.
Oh yeah, he's like a non-factor. Nobody's even talked about him.
Except the new black media.
But
That's all you had?
well, yeah. I mean, if you want to talk about it more,
Yeah, I was trying to pull up what was on there.
yeah. No, I feel like it's just filler, a lot of fluff and stuff. And there's only like two? There's two black people running.
Let me do-
Scott, right? And
Yeah, Tim Scott, Larry Elders, and Tim Scott, Larry Elders. Yeah, those are the only two black people.
yeah, they're not talking about anything specific for black people either. So
Obama salami.
that dude, yeah. It's just gonna be a year of fucking. There's not gonna be enough space, like, you know, for the media to really pick the side. So cause the most controversy.
And 3 Democrats: Jim Crow, Marianne Williamson, and Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy's son.
Actually, whatever the Kennedy, if he's gonna make any real waves, other than his name.
And 8, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 9 Republicans candidates.
Yeah, it's just the beginning, you know. Nobody's talking. The main issues right now are really important. So there's really talking about anything or what they are going to do, what they're not going to do. This alleged. First of all, I'm almost forecasting that Biden won't get another term.
Yeah, Biden needs to sit down somewhere.
He's not gonna get another term. He's fucking up majorly, and so he shouldn't forget that part. The black vote isn't coming out for him. We hope. I don't know. There's a lot to say about it. We'll see what happens. I mean, honestly, they're not talking anything of actual tangible importance. It's gonna be the same old pretty duck show.
It's the damn clown show.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this shit. This shit looks horrible. You got Ron DeSantis next to Trump with a "Make America Great" hat on. You got Nikki Haley next to Chris Christy. You got Verchek Ramaswamy next to Mike Pence. And then you got Tim Scott, Liz Cheney, some more right-wing Republicans. Oh, God.
Only interesting part is some of them got some interesting name recognition.
Yeah.
But that's about it.
And none of them are going to be Trump.
Right.
That's
Well,
what
no, coming out the box hot. So
and on the Democratic trying to talk at Greg Marshall Dixon of South Carolina when he confronted you in front of a crowd of people.
oh yeah, that part.
The billion, Marianne, is 100 trillion. That's the only thing we want to hear. 100 trillion in cash reparations. If you're gonna run on reparations, make sure you got the language right. And specifically for foundational Black Americans, not just Black people, but foundational Black Americans, period. Okay, change, so you don't have nothing else to add. Okay, so I'll move us along. The next topic is Aderrien Murray. That was the young man that was shot by the police in Mississippi. I believe it was Philadelphia, Mississippi. And we touched on that on our last show. So we're just gonna give you an update. The young brother did an interview with CNN. So yeah, let me pull that article up for y'all. Shout out to our viewers. We definitely appreciate y'all sticking with us through these technical difficulties. All right, shout out to Lucha Cabrera. If you have not subscribed to Lucha Cabrera's channel, I strongly suggest that you do so and support this sister. She was brought to my attention by the one and only Professor Black Truth, commonly mistaken for Jason Black, but they're two different people. Professor Black Truth, when he was shadow banned for like a month, he listed out some more channels of Black content creators that did news commentary. So Lisa Cabrera was one of the people that he named. Another person was Mad Black. And I can't remember the third person. Support New Black Media. This is one of many content creators and channels you should be subscribed to. So shout out to Lisa Cabrera. She did an awesome commentary on Aderrien Murray, executive exclusive interview with CNN.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aderrien Murray, who you're seeing, the 11-year-old that was shot by a reckless Mississippi cop, he did an interview on CNN. I do have the clip from the interview that I'm going to let you see, but he said he's having nightmares. This child is not sleeping like he should. You know, how is he ever going to get past this? This is something he will always remember throughout the rest of his life. And how do you rebuild a trust that was never there in the first place with police officers? You know, because I was hearing some, well, you know, he's going to have to rebuild trust. No, he really doesn't. You know, many of us do not trust the police. And I wouldn't blame him one bit. Especially you're the one that called the cops and you end up getting shot.
Yeah.
You know? And just the whole thing is so upsetting. But I'm going to let you listen to what he had to say about what his nights are like now. Since the cop needs to be terminated and he needs to be jailed for what he did. You know, it's one thing, we're not on no video defending black cops because they're a cop and they were just doing their job. We ain't, if we see wickedness in a cop or in their actions, you ain't gonna see a bunch of us going on any video to defend anything like some of them folks do. They don't have no problem defending these old unruly behind cops out here, acting more criminal than the people they're apprehending. See, they don't have no problem doing that. You're not gonna catch any of us defending these cops, this, especially this particular cop that shot this 11-year-old. You won't see nary video, just like you didn't see one video of anybody in our community defending what they did to Tyree Nichols. You're not going to find any of us backing those cops up. So I'm going to let you listen to what he had to say, and I'll be back with the rest of my commentary.
Aderrien is remarkably in good spirits for what he went through, but he does tell me when he's alone in his room at night, the weight of what he went through does hit him.
Sometimes I can see myself laying inside the coffin. And sometimes you think people are watching me. But my main thought is me dead.
He said he was so convinced that he was going to die that day that he started to tell his mother his last words, telling her to say sorry to the family members who he acted up in front of, telling him to say sorry to the teacher that he was bad towards. The mother said that she is so overfilled with joy that she really doesn't have enough time to be angry, even towards the police officer, Sergeant Greg Capers with the Indianola Police Department. She doesn't even have to be time to be angry at him. This
is exactly why. This is exactly why Professor Black Truth said, don't go caping behind these cases because more times than not, Black family, the family will come out and say some stupid shit like they forgive them, forgive. Oh, can we all just get along? We put that Rodney King shit. Can we just be peaceful? We don't want any protests. If we do have protests, we want them to be peaceful. No, the hell with all that. Was shooting this young man, as I said on the previous show. He called them and they ended up shooting him in his chest. They called them after a domestic dispute between that's mom's boyfriend and his mom. And when the cops got there, the boyfriend or whatever was gone. And they came and shot and down there killed.
He says she does, though, want him fired and never to work as a police officer in this country again. We're standing in front of their attorney's office because just in a few minutes, they're going to announce a federal lawsuit that they've filed seeking $5 million in damages from the city as well as the local police department.
Man, so they're getting a check. That's all they wanted. His family was a goddamn check. and they're still not going to call us what it is.
This is still under investigation. The Mississippi Bureau of Investigation is handling this. They have body camera that they have not yet released of this incident. Meanwhile, Brianna, very quickly, we have reached out to Sergeant Greg Capers repeatedly, but he has not gotten back to us. Brianna?
Yeah, maybe that body camera will reveal how this could happen. I think that is what is on everyone's mind as we see this traumatized little boy. Nick, thank you for bringing that to us. Jim?
All right, let's discuss more what happens next in this case. The Murray's family attorney, Carlos Moore, joining us now. And Carlos, thanks so much for taking the time today.
It's not been crump.
Thanks for having me.
Well, first, when I hear that little boy, 11 years old, struggling a little bit as he continues to recover, just feel so much for him. You can see how much he's been through here. Can you tell us how he's doing?
That's why they're getting that 5 million.
Yeah, he has been through more than any 11-year-old boy should ever go through it. Especially during the summertime when he should be vacationing from a hard years of work at school. But he's struggling. He is trying to stay in good spirits. He's trying to comfort his mother because she feels that it's her fault. But he's a remarkable young man. Still has some pain in his side. Still struggles to breathe. But he's blessed to be alive, and he gives all praise to God.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm glad he was well enough to even do an interview with CNN, but I'm sorry to hear about the pain he's in, the trouble he's having with breathing. And of course he would have trouble. He had a collapsed lung. So yes, he's going to have trouble breathing and just doing some pretty mundane things that he normally would be able to do. But it broke my heart to hear him saying he could see himself in a coffin. That had to go through not only his mind, but his mother. And you heard what they said. His mother said he was apologizing for being a trouble, to family members in school. He was sorry. That's sad. None of this should have happened. All of this behind some reckless police officer. How are you going to tell people to come out of the house? And then when people start coming, to the living room so they could walk out of the house, you're going to just open fire on them. This is the kind of idiot policing that's been acceptable in America all this time. This is acceptable. But I'm glad they got a lawyer. I'm glad they lawyered up, because this cop by the name of Greg Capers, he needs to go to jail.
Yes.
And I hope they don't let up until he is behind bars. Now, they're saying that the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation is involved with this whole thing. And, of course, the case is under investigation. They said he had to have a chest tube. He was placed on a ventilator. His lungs were collapsed. His ribs were cracked. He has a lacerated liver. This is all according to his mother. He didn't get released from the hospital until until Wednesday, which is, my goodness. I'm just, so much is going through my head about this child could have easily have been taken out. So the attorney they hired that you see in the picture with him, his name is Carlos Moore, and he is representing Aderrien and his mother, Nicola Murray. And and there were other children in the house. It's no telling how many could have gotten hurt behind this reckless officer. So Aderrien said, before he called the police for aid, he actually trusted the police. And I think that's where we need to talk to our children about the reality of policing in America. and not be so trusting.
Right.
Because, as you can see, that cop was not there for that family. You don't do that to people that you are really there for and you're trying to protect. Shooting into a house, when the call came from there is just reckless to me. So anyway, they filed a lawsuit for $5 million, claiming excessive force, negligence, reckless endangerment, civil assault, and battery, among other counts. And it should be something in there as far as, force against a child, endangering a child.
Right.
Shoot, you definitely don't want to leave that off.
Right.
So, I'm glad they're moving forward, and I hope this thing gets resolved. It would be in the best interests of that police department to resolve this one very quickly, because it just looks bad for a cop to show up on the scene when a child called because this woman's, I guess this was her ex-boyfriend, and the father of one of her children shows up all angry at 4 a.m. Yeah, and he did what he could. He did what he felt was right, and it almost ended his life. And it should not be that way for anybody that calls the police. But in America, because police is so rogue and out of hand, these things happen.
Yep.
Things happen. And they are satisfied. See, that's why the policing has never changed in this country, because even with this incident, they are satisfied with the way the police conduct themselves, especially with the Black community. But y'all, please tell me what you think about this story. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
Peace. Thank you, Lisa Cabrera, for that awesome commentary.
I don't think a little boy owes anybody a fucking apology, especially like the school, his family, whatever. Or he's just a little boy.
Right.
He didn't do anything to deserve that at all. In fact, he did what any little boy would want to do, is protect his mother, and call. It's an ugly situation. The thing that really upset me about that is that they are it looks like they're looking for money or whatever settlement, not really caring too much whether or not he gets punished. The police officer gets punished to the full extent. He could have killed that little boy. The fact that he should really be really ashamed of himself for being a Black man shooting a Black boy. The other thing is, I guess we gotta have this conversation not only about the policing and the policing, that should be off top, but how the police treat young Black boys and girls, as well as adult Black men and women. The other thing is, we should really have a discussion about what kind of individual you bring around your children's house, around your house with your children in it at 4 o'clock in the morning when he's acting his goddamn fool, and your kid is in there and scared, so worried that something bad is going to happen to you. You got to reach out and call the police, only for the police to turn around and just fuck you in the chest. There's a real fucking situation. Does she feels guilty? Well, yeah, she should. She absolutely should. I mean, she didn't know, but first of all, she shouldn't have that kind of situation going on. If there's a reason for why people don't have relationships when they have children, because of certain situations like that could be the DB. Why do you want your kid to grow up seeing that it's okay to hit women or mistreat them, or why do you want your daughter to see how women mistreat men? You know, none of those things are okay. The other thing is that what was he supposed to do, but other than try to, keep his mother safe, and now how is this little boy gonna even apologize for whatever? He don't have nothing to apologize for. And the fact that he's having nightmares and he can't rest, he can't function really well. I mean, like, where's the mental health? Where's the help? Like, that was a very traumatic scenario, and the fact that we don't really hear anything from the mother is another sign that I'm just not digging. When they showed the video, she looked very, very remorseful or upset, or you know what I mean. She had like a blank affect look on her face. It really bothered me. I'm glad that it's not Crump. I'm tired of seeing him collect his motherfucking miles.
Or Lee Merritt.
Yeah, I'm really glad to see it's not one of them. I just think it's real shit, and that he's gonna have to grow up fearing not only the gun, fearing the police, and having to wonder what's next in his mama's life. It's gonna put the whole house in danger. Those are really big concerns that he shouldn't have to be thinking about, because he's just a little boy. He's just a little boy. Having to fucking take on a grown man fucking defense, and then thinking he's doing the right thing, and knowing goddamn well that he didn't. Who's that man? The man that shot him should be fucking ashamed beside himself. He should be in jail for real. Just that's just horrible. And no, there's no what. We want to sue him for what?
Or the accountability to the mom. No?
Right, that's what I said. There's no accountability. It's her fault. She shouldn't be feeling bad about that. I have to say that because we can't pussyfoot around the mother opening the door and letting somebody in at 4:30 in the morning and decide to be a complete total. And he thought his mother's life might be in danger. That's terrible. That's fucking that. So yeah, she should be held accountable for that. She should feel guilty. Like, there's no sympathy when it comes to that kind of shit. You open the door for what? Why didn't you call the police? Why did you have to open the door? Why didn't you just act like you were sleeping like everybody else at 4:30 in the morning? Instead, he created this whole scenario, and your son got shot, and now come on, man. The police, what is that? It's
my thoughts are that an officer should be thrown under the jail and not be able to police anywhere else in this country. And he can't even guard a damn pizza joint. He needs to seriously be fired and jailed and convicted for shooting this young man. There's no reason for that. This was a little boy, and you're gonna shoot him, thinking that he's the suspect.
That's another thing too. Hold 911 accountable. 911 need to be held accountable as well. Because surely they could hear it was just a little boy calling. Why does 911 get off the fucking hook?
911 is a joke. And we've seen time and time again, Black people calling the police and for a situation, and they end up getting arrested or killed. So enough is enough of this. Abolish the police. We don't need them. They don't do anything to help us, especially Black people. All they do is terrorize, disturb, and kill us. So abolish them. Get rid of the police. Shame on this mother for allowing her son to get shot by the police and putting her son in that type of situation. Like,
In my family, that is not. He's not her man. He's her son. He's just a little boy. You know, he's not like a grown teenager. He's a little boy. And moral compass trying to protect his mother and whatever family was there. That's a big thing to be, you know, kind of proud about. However, it didn't seem like anybody was protecting him.
right.
No one was protecting him.
Not even his mother,
Right.
who he was attempting to protect.
Right.
All right, so we'll move us along. The next topic is there is 350 affordable units planned to be built by the Park Hill Golf Course. Now, for those that don't remember, there was a big campaign on 2-0 here in Denver, and 2-0 was going to allow for, as we don't say affordable, we say attainable and accessible housing. It's going to allow for attainable and accessible housing to be built in the rapidly gentrified neighborhood of Northeast Park Hill, where I live. And there was an initiative waged against it, talking about no on 2-0, mainly from Jeff Farr's camp, talking about fresh air and blue skies. That's what we need. And it's like, no, that's not what the community of Park Hill needs. There's no shortages of parks in Park Hill, let alone in Denver. There's over 200 parks in Denver. There's 78 neighborhoods. Each neighborhood has at least 3 parks. So there's no need to have more parks, especially when we have a housing crisis. We have people that are literally dying on the streets. The city is prioritizing illegal immigrants. To mention all the sweeps that happen week after week. So this seems to be a way of going around 2-0 on 2-0. We were careful on 2-0 because it was going to specifically benefit the Black community, but they decided to bring it to a vote of the whole city, and the whole city voted it down again. So this article is from the Denver. It says more than 350 units of affordable housing will be built a block away from the Park Hill Golf Course. The 6.7-acre site would include senior housing, income-restricted housing, open space, and a possible Denver Public Schools vocational school. So this is the space. So this is Park Hill Commons right here. Popeye's Chicken Inn. I was just over here earlier today, Black family. And this is Smith Road, or what it turns into Smith Road right here. So this space right here is where they want to plan development is planned. The Urban Land Conservancy hopes to build a massive income-restricted housing project on the last vacant property attached to the Park Hill Village West Development, a community of condos and apartments next to the Park Hill Golf Course. The land across the street from the 40th and Colorado A-line stop and near the planned bus rapid transit line down Carl Boulevard, a magnet for new, diverse, or dense and traffic-oriented development. The urban Land Conservancy picked as the architect. Anna Mauricio, the director of real estate for the Atlanta Urban Conservancy, declined to comment at length about the project. We typically take every chance we can to share news on our efforts to increase affordable housing in Denver, she wrote. However, in this case, we are currently under contract, so for legal reasons, we can't share much. Here's what we know about the plan submitted to the city. The project would include 350 units of attainable housing. That's literally our terminology in this article. For people making up to 80% of the area median income, or currently $80,500 for a family of three. There would be up to 70 senior housing units and possibly a Denver Public Schools vocational school. At least 10% of the property will be designated as open space. The site is located near stripper restaurants, including Carl's Jr., Popeyes, Subway, Nico Ramen and Top Ramen and Rice. To pull off the project, there would need to be some changes to an agreement with the nearby Park Hill Village, a development with a mix of condos and apartments. That would at least preserve a new development from 15% to 10% according to the plans. The nearby Park Hill Golf Course, 155 acres of Northeast Park Hill, was also slated for development, but voters shot that down. The land was protected by the land conservation easement that mandated the land be used as an 18-hole golf course and for other I'm sorry, I'm getting super tongue-tied. Recreational purposes. After the heated fight, voters decided to keep that land agreement in place, hence the no on 2 shit. That project would have included more than 3,000 units of income-restricted housing, 25 of which would have been income-restricted, 75% of which would have been market rate. The developers promised at least 600 affordable units on 11 acres and would have donated land to Brothers Redevelopment and Habitat for Humanity to build it. The new 6.7 acres project will include more than half of the income-restricted housing the 155-acre project promised. Developers of the 6.7 acre parcel hope the new project will help the Northeast Park for the Park Hill Golf Course, or for the golf course. I believe the increased importance and significance in North Park Hill in the city because wrote Alicia Quan Hammett of Shopworks Architecture in a note to community planning and development to maintain existing content at Park Hill Golf Course, meaning that the site will allow for housing. Elmonton and ULC are looking to maximize this opportunity to develop much needed affordable and senior housing. All right, what are your thoughts on this article I just read, Lady Chair?
Well, it's not at the golf course.
technically is part of the golf course, but it's north of the 154.
So
acres.
like for them to be have so much negative pushback, and all of a sudden to be going with it, should the motherfuckers that wanted 2 to pass look at it as a win, or and like I don't know how to look at it. Is they gonna have a grocery store and a trail, like all that other stuff, like the way we heard it, the way we seen it, the way we envisioned it, or it's just because what's her face said she was gonna do something with it.
It could be a combination of both of those things. I don't think it's what us that supported 2-0 wanted, though. It's like literally a drop in the bucket to what was proposed on the 155-acre site.
And there's nothing on that corner, huh?
No.
And the type of people they wanted to live there. When they tried to do the 2-0 thing, it was heavily talked about and discouraged. Well, it was heavily talked about with the whites, and they were adamantly opposed.
Yeah,
And the black
anything
people,
that specifically benefits black people.
and that the black people didn't have either. We got only partial. We only got information when they had a little form right there, but we never got no surveys or nothing else. They got all the surveys and all the questionnaires and the fucking flyers, and they knew what town halls to go to, and it was really shitty.
They had a whole steering committee.
Yeah, really
that
shitty.
had been around for about 4 years.
And they both took money from the fucking developer, only to
both of the mayoral candidates that are in the runoff.
right. And one said she was gonna get the money back, but then you can't find that information anymore. And the other one, well then, when they said no, that fucking door shut and closed and put a lock on it immediately. So that was pretty shit. That was pretty shitty because black people really didn't go on that motherfucking golf course, not hardly ever, and it was open for a little while for fucking gatherings. So that shit was pretty fucked up. There was some propaganda behind the golf course. Now that they're putting this up, it's like, why are they even mentioning the golf course? It's not even on the golf course, It'd just be like any other apartment development that they're trying to build is going to take 20 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Kind of like, I don't know. Who supports it? Who's developing it? I like the shit that we learned. I like Habitat for Humanity. I like some of the sponsors,
About this redevelopment.
Yeah, I really like some of the sponsors. Some were actually for the people. So, it's really curious to know what happens after the 6th, and what they make in the first 3 months in regards to the golf course. Because first of all, the people didn't want shit to do, put shit on it, or the whites didn't anyway.
Yeah.
And then now they're like, well, you can go ahead and buy it. Go ahead and
That's
go
like
ahead.
it remain a damn dog park.
Right.
That's like the biggest dog park in Denver.
There's a lot of weeds and a lot of geese. And white people walking dogs.
Mm-hmm.
And not using trash bags.
Yeah, they're not picking up after their dogs at all.
Yeah.
Oh shit! What the hell just happened? Okay. All right. So I echo everything Lady Chase said. It seems a little bit too late now. Like, we literally had the opportunity to try to do something, and now they want to come up with this. And they'll probably approve it. city council, the new city council that's coming in.
I feel like all these changes that are happening now, because somebody, or either one of them, the mayoral candidates, has their hand heavily moving this along, heavily, and you know what I mean. Mayor Hancock's seat hasn't even been, and this is just like oh look at me, this is what I plan on doing in the first couple of, you know what I mean. And all actually this probably turn around and bite everybody in the ass.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll keep y'all updated on it. The next topic is Blacc Boy, age 14, killed by Asian gas station owner in South Carolina.
What's the temperature in here?
In here, I don't know what the temperature is in here. It's 52 degrees outside. Reading this whole article. It's a long article. South Carolina gas station owner chased and fatally shot 14-year-old. Police say. So shout out to Professor Blacc. If you haven't subscribed to Professor Blacc Truth, we definitely strongly suggest that you do. I've been listening to Professor Blacc Truth for over 10 years now, and everything that he said is coming to fruition. So this is his MOT 390 crime report: the murder of Cyrus Carmack Belton. That's the brother that was killed, the young brother that was killed outside of an Asian gas station by the owner who was Asian. So much for that. Stop Asian hate. What we do about these suspected white supremacists trying to kill our youth?
Side distinction with business was that he
But these
Yes. He was gunned down in a convenience by a woman named
on the spot when he called the police and claimed it was an attempted robbery. See, they were trying to get out in front of this one. But the security footage, along with the witnesses' accounts, made it clear this was murder. The killer, Jadu, claimed that she was acting in self-defense. Gee, where have we heard that before? But the evidence was overwhelming that it was intentional and deliberate and completely and thoroughly unjustified. Latasha Harlan's murderer was convicted of manslaughter. However, the judge, Joyce Carlin, ignored the jury entirely and decided that she was going to let the killer go with mere probation and a $500 fine. Probation for what a jury ruled was manslaughter, but just to show that all those white supremacists in California were on code, when the sentence was appealed, The appeals court unanimously sided with the corrupt judge's sentence and said, well, nothing more than a fine and probation is necessary here. This happened 30 years ago in liberal California. You had a murder that was aided and abetted by the state. We'll continue with the moment of truth in just a moment, but first, a word from the official sponsor of Black Empowerment, Power Tools. There's no telling when something's going to come up, so make sure you carry your power tools at all times. You never know when you're going to need to bring the hammer down, or when you'll have some trash that needs to be blown away, or some obstacle that requires cutting down. Don't get caught empty-handed. Keep your hammer close by. Keep that leaf blower at the ready, and always carry your steel. Power Tools. Because no matter what your day job or side hustle may be, there's no excuse for not being ready to put in some work. As Black people, we have a right to be safe. And when racists in the DA's office or on the bench abuse their position to nullify jury verdicts for the sake of making us into targets, that is lawlessness. And the Black community has a right and a duty to see justice is done. So there's plenty of precedent for this. When Peter Liang was charged for the murder of Akai Gurley, instead of there being nationwide condemnation of him, instead we saw nationwide demonstrations of support from the Asian American community. This was completely unprecedented. Something like this had never happened before. There have been numerous instances where Asian Americans have been killed, in many cases by white assailants, and the killers were not punished. Michael Cho is an example. He was killed by police in 2008. There was no nationwide shows of support for him. More recently, in 2018, Chong Moai Yang was killed. 2 white men have been arrested for it. These were just 2 examples of Asian Americans who were the victims of violent crime. And yet there was not anywhere near the same level of support or outpouring of public demonstration on the behalf of those 2 murder victims. Peter Liang murdered somebody. There's not even a question about it. So why was there so much support for him from his community for a man who everyone agreed was guilty of what he had been charged with? It's because there were a lot of people in the community who see themselves as having white privilege of a sort. The protests for Peter Liang were not because anyone thought that there was some injustice to his being charged. It was because his being charged was seen as a threat to the status and class that certain people see themselves as having. Now, as the Black community, we've heard a lot about Stop Asian Hate, and the white media has done their best to manufacture a phony narrative that Black people are targeting Asians. And that lie might have gained more traction, except that almost on a weekly basis, you had a mass shooting of Asians, either committed by some white supremacist who was obsessed with Asian. Many cases by Asians themselves, many of whom are suspected to be gang members. We've seen a couple of incidents like those recently. You've had Black people who wanted to be allies to the Asian community during these times and stand in solidarity with them. Stop Asian hate. Well, I want to know where the Asians are to stand with the Black community now. Where are the Asian voices at to condemn Rick Chow? I'm not seeing them. People like Juju Chang say that silence is violence. So what does she call this? Rick Chow is a murderer. Everyone can agree on that, but his son must also be charged. The family's attorney is making the usual sounds about Black lives not having any value in this society, but that's weak sauce. Sleaze, Merritt, and Mushmouth Crump have done the same song and dance. I'm looking at them with the side eye because what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing is not the same kind of verve and intensity that we had from, say, the family of Ahmaud Arbery. We know when a family is actually out for justice and when perhaps somebody might be thinking they're playing some sort of angle. So I'm going to be cautiously optimistic on this one. That's just a reality. The DA out there needs to be pressured to bring charges against Chow's son as well, because he's every bit as guilty as his felonious father. And beyond that, there must be an acknowledgement that anti-Black racism is not just practiced by white supremacists. There are also many in the Asian community who practice anti-Black racism as well, because it's well understood by every immigrant group since the 19th century that society will allow non-Black people to kill Black people with impunity. The racial hierarchy in the United States could never have stood this long or this strongly without having a lot of non-white support for it. That's the dirty little secret that nobody likes to talk about. Even if white supremacy doesn't let you be at the top of the pyramid, for some folks, promoting or taking part in anti-Black violence shows that they're loyal to the place the dominant society has assigned. Well, it's up to us to be bold in telling the truth and uncompromising and holding evil to account, be it the police or these street-level thugs. Not targets that are harming people as some commit, and then just slaughter off as if nothing had happened. Justice is not up for a debate. And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep your eyes open and stay on alert, because there's a lot worse criminals out there than the ones the white corporate media chooses to show you. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. David Green, Kenneth Johnson, and Darren Nooks. So everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black and Power only exists because of you.
Jesse.
Yeah.
Black
Go ahead.
empowerment only exists because of you.
Yep. Facts. All right. So, what are your thoughts, Lady Sharon?
I don't know why anybody wants to support the Asian community, given some of the shit that's been going on. It just baffles me.
The same ones that supported Timothy Bowman, who killed Philando Castile in Minnesota back in 2016.
What's their topic schedule still look like?
We got Jamie Foxx, allegedly blinded and paralyzed due to COVID-19 vaccine, and Unhoused Neighbor News, and Unhoused Neighbor Sweeties.
Okay.
So, what are your thoughts
What
on
are my
this?
thoughts? I don't understand why anybody does anything with the AAPI. Really, you know? How's my thought?
All right.
Well, did you didn't have one? Are you sure or what?
This computer keeps freezing up on me. It's just very unfortunate that this keeps happening. So I keep allowing this shit to happen because I'll keep funding the fucking police. In this case, this dude, a suspected white supremacist, that I could get away with killing black child, shoplifting. That's a justification for shooting a young black boy in the back while he was running away from him. White supremacists go after soft targets, black femmes. So always keep that in mind. Thoughts and prayers go out to his family that they get justice for the murder of their son. And this bastard goes to prison for a very long time in South Carolina. So move us along. Our next topic is Jamie Foxx. Is allegedly paralyzed and blinded due to COVID-19 vaccine. A family member has come out and leaked the video. This is shared. This is switched over. Okay. So shout out to Hip Hop News Uncensored. If you haven't subscribed to them, please do.
Video, right? It's circulating across the internet. It's going viral right now. And we're going to have to just talk about this on the other end. So brace yourself for this. This is very disturbing, to say the least. Hey, make sure you guys hit the thumbs up button. Share this video on Facebook and Twitter. All right, let's roll the tape, man. This is crazy.
I had somebody in the room who let me know that Jamie had a blood clot in his brain after he got the shot. He did not want the shot, but the movie he was on, he was pressured to get it. This movie he's doing with Cameron Diaz. And I'm thinking, is that why he blew up on the set a week before this medical emergency happened? Is that why he fired 3 or 4 people because he just had it with these mandates? I don't know. But what I found out from the man in the room was that the blood clot in the brain caused him at that point to be partially paralyzed and blind. Because if you read into what they were saying early on, he's communicating with us. That doesn't mean talking. That could be anything. It could be, writing, sign.
So that's journalist AJ Benza giving, his information on what he heard about Jamie Foxx. Now, I never heard about this man from a can of paint. I don't know him from a can of paint. But here's what I'll say. It's not, he could be lying, right? Or he could be telling the truth because nobody knows at this point. Nobody knows exactly what happened. All we know, is what the family's saying and supposedly people around, him saying it. And if we're going to say that
I don't even know what y'all heard. Okay, tell us your thoughts again, Lady Che.
Man, all right. I should say Drew Pinsky's been a reputable journalist for a while. He's been doing stuff ever since I can remember. He's listened to him on the radio. I'm sure that if he's had credible doctors and whistleblowers that got on his podcast and explained the blood clots through the jab a few times. So I don't think that if this dude is a nobody, I don't think Drew Pinsky would waste his time with having that on his show, considering that he'd be, ending his little career. So he probably did his due diligence. As far as that, it's the best well-kept secrets going on with Jamie Foxx, because nobody really spilled anything. Normally TMZ and everybody's got their heads in it, you know what I mean? What else? That's about it. I had to say all that.
All right, so we're gonna keep our better Jamie Foxx in our thoughts and our prayers. We don't know if there's any truth to this, but we'll keep y'all updated on Jamie Foxx's recovery and health. And we warned y'all about that jab. We definitely warned y'all about that jab, so I'm really not putting it past.
Also, real quick, before you click on that, I find it really shitty that he was pressured into getting it.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder how long that would take. Is the time where the vaccine was going on was like last year.
And the year before last.
It's a lot of stuff to really dig deep into looking into.
Yeah, we've been seeing people dropping like flies that got that goddamn vaccine. All right, so we're like really pressed for time, and I have a lot of shit I got to do today. So we have 3 more topics. Yeah. So our next topic is legal immigrants in Chicago get $51 million, while the FBA family in Chicago gets nothing. So shout out to Uncle Phil. It's awesome commentary on this. Democrats, and if you haven't subscribed to Phil's Sport channel, Democrats in Chicago screw Black voters by giving asylum seekers, illegal immigrants, $51 million of their tax dollars.
African Diaspora News Channel, we had done a live stream from the community in Chicago because the city was considering giving $51 million of taxpayer money now, $51 million to asylum seekers that was bused from Texas to the city of Chicago. Because they a sanctuary city. They didn't ask the taxpayers of Chicago to vote on that, to agree to be a sanctuary city. They just come out and say they're a sanctuary city. And that's what a lot of Democrats like to do, is speak for everybody and then not get no one's input on it, yet no one of them are footing the bill. The average everyday citizens are footing the bill. Chicago has been a Democrat stronghold for a long time. If we go back to the time of Rahm Emanuel, he was the mayor of Chicago. He closed 50 schools, 50 in majority Black areas. And everybody say, don't close those schools. Why are you closing schools? If you want to close something, close prisons. Don't close schools.
Right.
But Rahm Emanuel closed all these schools. If you remember all of that back then. Of course, during his time as mayor, the case of Laquan McDonald had came up. And you know, it's just a lot of drama with Rahm Emanuel, Democrat. Then after him, we know Lori Lightfoot came in, became the mayor. No one really liked her. She was talking down on Black people. Now you have Brandon Johnson as the mayor, all Democrats, okay? And every Democrat administration in the city of Chicago has hurt and harmed Black people. Now, on the way out with Lori Lightfoot, with all the asylum seekers coming in, and let me go ahead and address that part, because the reason why I'm saying the term asylum seekers, a lot of people say, oh, they're illegal immigrants, they're illegal aliens. Actually, they're not. Let me tell you why. In the United States of America, we have asylum laws, unfortunately. Now, those asylum laws was meant for like wars are coming from war zones. Somewhere, political process of people, so they want to get their families out and come to a country and seek asylum. But what ended up happening was the people that's behind all this mass coming to America, they're using the asylum laws to get the people in. So what y'all don't know, and what a lot of people is really saying, oh, they're illegal immigrants. Technically, they are legal to be in here until they get their court date. Now, the court dates a lot of times could be up to, they lucky to get one in a year, sometimes up to 2-3 years for even to get a court date. And they're allowed to be in here off of those asylum laws. So what these people are doing is they come to the border and turn themselves in to a border patrol agent, say, hey, I'm seeking asylum. You know, the people in my country, you know, they want to kill me, the gang members, this person, that person. And the border patrol can't say, oh, well, you know, I don't believe that. Go back where you come from. No, they have to intake them. Now, why am I saying this? Because I know someone personally on the border who told me exactly what they're doing. See, unlike other people that's talking about this issue, they don't really have a contact on the border that can get, you know, firsthand information about it. I can. So they're turning themselves in. And then, you know, they giving them phones and they giving them all this, and they're supposed to be at a certain thing. But what ended up happening to a lot of them is that once they get into the country, a lot of them just don't want to show up for the court dates or whatever the case may be. So that's kind of, now once they don't show up for court dates, then you become illegal at that point because you didn't court. So the people in turn and Greg Abbott say, look, since y'all sanctuary cities, well, let me go ahead and send the people up
You just report back.
Yes. Yeah. Damn. Mm-hmm.
Over there. I have to wait till he's done. I have to wait till he's done. Let me sit in my chair. Thank you.
Sorry, Black. Freezing up. Horrible. Right. Mm. Yep. Mm. 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 Meritorious man. Mm. Yeah.
You can go to. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Jesse,
Hmm.
it's over. Uncle Phil's over.
Oh yes. Okay. All right. Thoughts, Lady Chen.
I agree with what he said. You know, it's the border's open. They're coming over. A lot of things are happening. If you're in a sanctuary city, it's getting pretty bad. It's getting pretty bad for the people who live here. You know, we can't go anywhere, and you know, not that we can't go anywhere. It's just all we're seeing is new arrivals, and the other people that we know who are in shelters are being pushed out. It's a lot going on. So, you know, obviously it's an invasion, a planned invasion, Jesse.
Yeah.
So that's all I gotta say. Go ahead.
Okay.
Got like one topic, or you want to shut it down? Or what do you want to do?
Gotta get to this last two topics. Yeah. So. I don't even know what to say about this. This was so good for voting Democrat, and shout out to the Black Chicagoans on the South Side that did take a stand and raise as much cane as they possibly could. But as you can see, they don't give a damn. They still came up with $151 million for these asylum seekers to have somewhere to stay in the city of Chicago. So Democrats are not our friends. They don't mean us no good. And we need to get the hell off the Democratic plantation. Let this be a prime example of why we need to get off the Democratic plantation. I myself, I have not been on a Democratic plantation for over 10 years. And I don't plan on going back. So keep all that in mind. We don't have to be beholden to the Democratic Party. They don't do nothing tangible for us. They don't do anything realistic for us. So what is the point of voting Democrat? All right, so we're down to the last two topics of the night, Black family, and that's the Unhoused Neighbor News and the Unhoused Neighbor Sweeps. So the sweeps continue. Michael Hancock is in his last month of office, and the sweeps continue. For some strange reason, we're not getting emails about the sweeps this month and the end of last month. We did get one for the end of last month, but we haven't got any for June. So we know the sweeps are still happening because we have people out there. But as far as them letting us know when the sweeps are happening, I guess we're not getting emails for June yet. So there was a couple of articles I wanted to read for y'all, give y'all an update on what's happening with our unhoused neighbor situation here in Denver. As Lady Che already alluded to, they are literally displacing more people that are actual citizens and putting in these damn illegal immigrants as asylum seekers in their place. All right, so it's very interesting. I don't know if I want to do this one yet. Okay. Shout out to David Heights, my neighbor. He wrote this article about 17 hours ago. It says Denver pumping $66 million into affordable housing. To drop in the bucket. Denver City Council committees will act on several affordable housing projects this week, totaling about $66 million. The Finance and Governance Committee will consider Tuesday issuing $11 million in bonds for all Saints apartments to build a 4-story, 63-unit apartment complex for seniors. The AMI is $24,650 annually for one person. The site is near public transit, grocery, and retail stores. The building will include, is this the same thing? No, it's something else. The site is near, okay. The building will include 59 one-bedroom apartments and 4 studio units. There will be 52 parking spaces. And anticipated to include heights and windows, increased installation of appliances, according to a memo from city staff to the council. The building is anticipated to include a fitness room, a reading/quiet room, a game activity room, shared laundry, flexible office space, mail and package receiving, lockers, and bike storage. Construction is expected to begin this summer. The zoning, GS Housing Incorporated. Where'd it go? Doing business as Catholic Charities Housing, $25.9 million, 60-year performance loan, and an 18-year cash flow loan to help fund the All Saints apartments at 2595 South Federal. It's over there by Lincoln High School. Warren Village III, the Safety, Housing, Education, and Homelessness Committee will consider granting $1.8 million to the Warren Village III, located at 1390 West Alameda and 1363 and 1373 Nevada. That's on the west side, Westwood. The complex will serve people experiencing homelessness or at risk of becoming homeless. Supportive services will be offered, and the city will require a staff resident ratio of 1 to 15. The city will also consider chipping in $22.7 million to fund 29 rental vouchers for 20 years. Tenants of the 89-unit building will pay 30% of their incomes toward rent. Some residents may not have no income; they will pay nothing. Supportive services must be offered on a volunteer basis to tenants. Supportive housing units, according to a current informed care, intensive care, extensive care management services, case management services must be available to residents of supported housing units. The city will lend Warren Village $3.8 million to be repaid over 60 years for construction of the project. Montbello Fresh Low, also known as Montbello Fresh Low. The money comes from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. The 97-unit project will be located at 123,000 Blacc or the 12,300 Albrook Drive. The apartments will be in the top 5 stories. This space, community service space. According to a memo from city staff to the council, the development will serve households earning between 30% and 70% of the area median income, with 15% of the total units being 3-bedroom apartments. The matter will be discussed at the Safety, Housing, Education, and Homelessness Committee. Even if the committee approved the house projects, the full city council also must sign off on them. All right, what are your thoughts, Lady Chair?
I like that they're building something for Warren Village. Warren Village is predominantly women and pregnant women, and women and children. So I like that that's going up. The Montbello, I would really like to not see any more gentrification out that way. However, they can't seem to avoid it. Montbello is, I don't even know what to think about that. I don't even know what to think about that because they were so adamant about this Fresh Gold project and whatnot. I think that there's a lot going on at the Capitol this week in regards to a lot of unhoused issues and housing and
In the
whatnot.
city and county building.
What did I say?
It's at the Capitol.
City and county building. So there's going to be a lot going on. And there's also a people's rally in protest of some of the stuff with the Colorado Coalition on the 12th. So that's important. I think that all this building is like, well, where the hell did it? Where was it the last couple of years? You know?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they're just stepping it up, like over the last month. Just stepping it up. Can't help to think that it's because of the election and the influx. Either way, people like myself and Jesse won't be able to get into these places.
No.
Even if we are in one of their programs.
Yep.
So that's pretty much it. That's all I gotta say right now. Stay tuned. We'll be doing. I got an RVA.
We got another topic. In reference to what Denver just did with the jumper law. And then after that, we can close off the show.
I was gonna say we probably should start doing more rural stuff, considering all that's happening. Blue just Denver stuff too. Just because city council thing at this on this topic, start putting in more rural stuff. So that's all I wanted to say. Respond to that.
Okay. Aurora targets people living in RVs and campers. The Aurora City Council will consider during a study session Monday restricting RVs to parking only 24 hours on a public street in a 7-day period. Currently, Aurora allows for recreational vehicle to park on the public right-of-way for up to 5 days. According to a memo from the city attorney's office to council, this ordinance reduces the 5 days to 24 hours during any 7-day period to be as strict as Denver ordinances RVs and campers in violation of the ordinance will be towed and impounded. Aurora Mayor Mike Kaufman sponsors the legislation. Currently, Aurora's unlawful vehicle definition is more strict than Denver's vehicle junker definition, according to the memo. The city keeps its unlawful vehicle definition unchanged. Change is spurred by Denver's ordinance. Kaufman wants to make Aurora's parking ordinances at least as strict, if not more stricter than Denver's. This ordinance makes provisions for impounding a recreational vehicle actively being used to provide occupancy as a dwelling or sleeping place to match Denver's ordinance, according to the memo. An unoccupied residential vehicle in violation of Aurora's parking regulation can be removed from the public right-of-way 24 hours after having been cited with a parking violation. If the recreational vehicle is in violation of Aurora's parking regulations and is actively being used for occupancy, the city will not remove the vehicle from the public right-of-way for at least 48 commercial vehicles. Currently, Aurora does not permit commercial vehicles with an empty weight of 7,000 pounds to park on the public right-of-way for any period of time, unless they're making a delivery, according to the memo. This ordinance changes the 7,000 empty weight for a commercial vehicle to 6,000 pounds empty weight to be as strict as Denver's weight limits for commercial vehicles. The ordinance also cracks down on trailers, except for camper trailers, as defined in Section 134 to 358 of this code. No trailer or semi-trailer, whether or not connected to a motor vehicle or truck, shall be kept, stored, or parked on any public right-of-way within the city for more than 2 hours during any 7-day period. The law reads, campers previously could park in one space for 24 hours during a 7-day period. Denver considers safe parking spaces. Denver updated this ordinance regarding campers, RV, and junker vehicles. And junker vehicles last month. The city considering contracting with Cardinal's Safe Parking Initiative to double the number of vehicle parking spaces for people experiencing homelessness to 4. Court officials with the initiative, which already runs a dozen safe parking spaces on the Front Range, estimates hundreds of people in the metro area live out of their cars. According to the website, the safe parking lots are now open to drop in vehicles, which is one reason why locations are kept confidential. There will be a waiting list of about 5 weeks for a space in the lot for those who qualify, according to their website. Even if the council approves the ordinance during the study session, it still must be approved during the regular council meeting to become law. All right. What are your thoughts, lady?
Florida doesn't have too much of anything, so they're gonna have to build stuff and create stuff for unhoused people. They really don't have anything. They don't have safe anything, really. No real sanctioned parking lots, no real shelters that I know of. So I'm going to start investigating that personally because of what I'm trying to do. I think that they're a little behind times, so it's a big thing. That's why I say stay black, stay dangerous. Thank you.
Yeah, so we're going to close out the show. Thank y'all for tuning in tonight, Black family. Thank you to our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori. Thank you to Jay Dizzle for tapping in and whoever else tuned in tonight. So make sure y'all like and subscribe to the Front Line Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook. That's with a double C. And like and subscribe to the Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. When can the people expect another RBA, Lady Che?
Here in a few hours later this morning.
Okay, so make sure y'all stay tuned for that. Also, make sure you like and subscribe to Shabaka EXP on Twitter and Facebook. And we will. Oh, sorry. We will be back next Saturday with the brand new episode of the Frontline Blacc News. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. We're out. So 9 of the Frontline Blacc News. Che and Krumah and Lady Che signing out. Peace, y'all.